Okay. Let's run this. Sorry about that. My sound driver is like messed up. Because I'm using a Blue Yeti mic, but it's not really good with Windows 10 for some reason. Nice. Okay, so this is the idea of the game. You're presented with some time-based puzzles, and your goal is to figure out how to reach the other side without getting hit by those things. So there can be many different pattern types. Oops. I wonder why it's so slow. It's usually at 600 frames per second. I'm getting a bit of lag for some reason. Oops. Hey, you might be able to play it when you're high. You just need to follow the beats. So eventually there's gonna be some music and actual better sound effects. Oops. Ah, shit. Ah, yeah. My timing is so bad. This one especially is pretty hard. Wow. Yay. Perfect. So yeah, the game has potential to be really hard, or it can be really easy. Yeah, so like this is pretty easy. This one here is sort of hard, but not really. So, oops. Yeah, exactly. It's yeah, so you could get stuck for hours. Um, but the idea for me is that well, obviously the levels that you just saw here are much harder than probably what I would put early on in the game. But like, let's say you are stuck. I want to make the game interesting even if you are stuck. So maybe there's gonna be some I don't know if I'll do it, but my current goal is to have some sort of simulation game. So while you're playing puzzles, down below there could be birds moving around, perhaps I don't know, like a simulation of the life on that planet would be interesting. Yeah. And I don't know if I'll do it, but my current goal is to have music compose itself as you play the game. I think so. Tapo Kufti. Yeah, it is. Because there's a lot of little systems. Like if you look at my different files, there's like so many different things that are required. Anyways, yeah. Tu viens de où, BRL Chacal? Because right now I'm in Quebec City and look at the storm. I don't know if you... La rive sud. It's kind of harder than expected to see, but it's a massive snowy storm. Yeah. It's like really white everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I need to rewrite this. Let's go back in this. Okay. So I need to code something like this where, given a point and a corner, I need to determine if I am under or above a line. Scissor tree. Did you make it, or is this just a game you know? Oh, that's an old game. This was my childhood. I loved it then, I still love it now. Okay. So I need to code this. Or rather, this part right here. So everything else is already coded. And I need to do a part that does that. Oh yeah, I'm showing you the part that I want you to see. The other monitor was the Steam page for the game you just told me. So first of all, I need a code that figures out my corners. So I already have code that does that. Oh no, I was reading a review. Okay, so get first proxy cost location. I'm gonna give you a node. I'm gonna give you a location. So this is no longer I am in number 2, perfect. Let's bring that over here. I'll show it. Trying to think the right way of coding this. Okay. Let's say I have this right here. And let's use this classic example. So I'm starting here, and I want to go down here. Obviously the path is something like this, where I go here, corner, there. I'm not sure if I would play this game on stream. I don't really stream that many games usually. Perfect. Let's say I start in this. I go here. Why not? Principalement vu que j'ai pas encore acheté le jeu. Puis probablement que je l'achèterai pas. Oh. Let's say I go here and I go down. As soon as I go down, how do I figure out this corner again? Just from the zone, I guess.
Un épide dans les cheveux et le pot de glu dans les yeux. La bourge trottine pour aller à l'usine. Les piétons se disent jamais pardon. Se bousculer, dans le métro se faufiler les premiers. À la barre s'accrocher pour ne pas dégringoler. Sont vraiment jolies les petites gueules du lundi. Attention, changement de direction. C'est pas très facile, comme des électrons suivre la file. Je ne sais pas pourquoi j'ai débarqué là, au milieu de ces gars dans le même état. Dicté, je crois. Je ne sais pas de quoi fait demain sera, ni comment il va, mais dans tous les cas.
That has to be the right way.
Je languis déjà. Peut-être que je suis comme eux. Moi aussi je fais la gueule.
Hello, Tuk Tuk. What am I doing? I'm rewriting the pathfinding algorithm. Or rather, not really rewriting it, but I'm rewriting this whole function. Just because about like 3 or maybe a month ago, I found a case that broke it. So obviously what I have right now is wrong. This, yeah. So like in this case right there, the path it found skipped over part of the terrain. So yeah, again. Well, I mean, the hard part in this is to write a good cost function. So the cost function needs to work in real space in order to choose which node to go to next. And in order to work in real space, like usually A star, when you're computing the cost of traveling, like in order to find a short path, you're looking for to go from node to node. So if I start here and I go here, you can say that I just paid 1 to travel there. If I go here, you can say I just paid 2. So the price of a like the distance is 2 pretty much. That's what it means. So I'm traveling 2. So by knowing how much you're traveling, you can know that you're doing something useless. So let's say I'm going here, 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 here. It's pretty easy to know that if I'm going there, this path costs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you compare this traveling of 5 to like maybe another path, where maybe the other path would be going all the way here and then down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So to go from here to the destination from that path cost me 8 squares. If I were to continue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's pretty easy to see that this longer path is bad, just because it cost me more. The cost is more than the other guy's cost. Anyway, so, but like this is not real space cost. Like this assumes that you're going to the center of a square. In other words, you're not going to like any part of the square, you're going especially to the center. While mine here, I don't mind where I'm going, I just want the actual cost in real space. And this requires that sometimes I walk in diagonal in any angle. Yeah. And then this requires me that like it so happens that the shortest path is always a path where you're going to corners of objects. So if this path here goes to the corner of the box, corner to the destination, it's easy to know that it's much shorter than if I were to go down here and then straight to the destination. Like this is longer than this other path. Anyways, so the first part is to find the corners of objects, and then to determine yeah, exactly. So I'm sticking to the pitage. So like let's say I'm here, I can go straight to that dot. If I start to go down a bit, I can still go straight. Let's say I'm going here. Now I need to go to the corner, then to the... So at some point... Oops. Pythagore. If there are NPCs, they can use this too, but it's primarily for the player. So yeah, already I have a code to do that. So as you can see, the current code mostly works. Let's create a new file. Okay, let's do that. So if I go from there to there, it goes around perfectly with like mostly the shortest path. So the current code is mostly good. It's very close from perfect, but it's not perfect enough. Because if I were to redo this, 17 by 9. I'm gonna try to redo that. or something similar at least. So hopefully this causes an error. Yeah, exactly. So for some reason that path doesn't work. It works that way. The Walking Dead. You see, this is like an error in my current code. So yeah, but this new thing here will have no way of having an error like that. So my current code is very cheap, very bad. It's nice that I was able to reproduce the bug. I'm trying to figure out the right way of finding the corner. Because right now in my code I'm using some sort of winding somewhere. Get corner location. Value A and B. Bottom left. So I have a function get corner location of A and a child boundaries. And that's the code. I probably can reuse that then. Corner orientation. I'm getting A and B. Okay, that's all nice overall. B note is pretty much okay. Location. Okay, so if the location is smaller than that, if B location X is bigger,
Respiro y tu boca hecha pestes. Yo te miro con ojos deslumbrantes.
okay.
Me encendés y yo murmuro lo que nunca querrás oír. Me encendés y yo murmuro lo que nunca querrás oír.
So I have this thing, get corner location. It returns location and the corner. Corner orientation, item 2. So it's a location corner, which can be left, right, top, bottom, bottom. Okay, that's cool. Okay, as far as I can tell, I'm allowed to use this function. Brain not found. Oh. So yeah. Do I just delete this whole thing? And I rewrite the proxy cost idea? Okay, so a proxy cost is a corner. It's just another way of saying corner. But now I want those things, those corners, to be some rule. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can debug it. I actually have done it before. But I don't want to debug it because I want to rewrite it. Because this thing, like this whole code right here, is recursive function. So like this get first proxy cost location is very ugly recursive function. Because return get, so I'm returning and then calling the function again, and then here calling this again, and then like it becomes really hard to follow what's going on. And while it works sort of, like look at this function signature. It takes a variable A location, B, C, D. Like this is B, C, D. And then if I look at this, I'm returning parent C, C, B. Like this is so ugly. It's crazy how bad this is. A, B, D, B, B, D. You look. Yeah. I don't want to work with something like that. Can walk directly. Like, yeah, this is like a... Yeah, this is like the worst possible thing I could ever code. Okay, so the new thing will need an array, a list. Essentially, this idea of like corners, like a corner is only there if from my point here I want to go somewhere that is under the line. So if I go anywhere under this line, it means I'm going through the corner. If I end up from here and I want to go here, obviously I'm above the line, and therefore I am not going through the corner. It is normal, but it gets, but I guess if you want to rewrite it. Yeah, so yeah, I agree, it's normal that it is recursive, but I don't want, like this is more like Band-Aid almost. And also I want to write like the paper of how this works, and like my Pathfinder is really simple. It's very clean. But like I want to write the paper where it explains how it works. And the current way it works is by dividing a map. So let's say you have this map and you want to pathfind on this. The way I do it is I divide the terrain. Let's go check. The way you write, I assume you understand how it all works. I mean, at least how regular pathfinding is done. So usually you'd use like A star and then go from node to node until you find a path, and then anyway, whatever. But for mine, since I want to have real space, in other words, like lines that are in any angle, so I want to be able to move anywhere within those squares. So instead what I do is I divide the space like this. I have horizontal spaces and then vertical spaces. So together those things, they create some nodes. So this node here defines a sort of square. This node here defines the whole area. So those nodes are like intersections between horizontal and vertical locations. So yeah, this node right there is a part. Anyways. Let's remove all that. So when I'm doing my Pathfinder, you can see those little lines. They're seeing like those corners. Perfect. So like this here sees that location where I start. This guy here sees the location where I started. This guy here sees, it doesn't see the location here, so it has to move to the corner. This guy here also is the same situation. It sees the corner, and the corner sees this guy. This guy here sees this corner sees the other corner, and then the corner sees. And then eventually I reach my destination. So this is pretty much how I currently do my thing. So I move from node to node, and then based on if I can see where I'm starting from, and then it starts to build some sort of network. So yeah, the same thing here. So it also allows you for like this sort of terrain. Oops. What was I trying to do? Okay, there you go. So let's say I make this sort of ladder. Oh yeah, we can. So let's say I start here. So this is kind of nice. Boop, you can go straight down there. Yeah, so like everyone can see the starting node, so it allows you to go straight. Hey, thanks. So let's go see the breaking scenario. It's more like this. And then there's a bunch of stuff there. I guess I didn't do it quite right. One, two, three. This version doesn't break it. Ah. So this thing down there is what breaks it. Weird. Huh. And let's say I step through. So So far, so good. So far, so good. When I reach this guy right there, brakes. Weird. But yeah, this is actually the recursion. The current recursion is, even though this all happens in like half of a split of seconds, for every node I'm always backtracking and trying to find corners. So those corners, for every node, they get recomputed like over and over and over and over and over. Yeah. That's something I don't understand. Why doesn't it break now?
Elle se prenait pour une hirondelle quand elle descendait les ruelles de San Remo. J'avais les yeux collés sur elle tout en déployant mes deux ailes.
Oh, actually. Yeah, that's actually a bug, I just noticed. So this implies that my guy starts with this node, goes up, goes here, and then it goes through those nodes right there. Obviously it shouldn't cause that bug, so there's obviously an error in my code. But the fact that it's going through this weird path, like it goes down, up, that's an error on its own. So this thing right there is actually going through this. It's going there, going down. Yeah, that's the path it's taking. For some reason it's doing a detour here. So yeah, the next version, what I'm coding right now, is not going to have that error. Let's rewrite this. Private. It's gonna return something. Get. Is it still a proxy cost? So now I'm moving from node to node. So I'm gonna give you something as a parameter, probably the node. I give you the node and I give you a list of all the corners. So I give you the A and then corner list, whatever that is. So that's something corner list. And then I say, okay, this point, does it violate this corner? In other words, is it above? Is it above or below the red line? Am I in this blue thing? So let's say this is my path, or this is my okay. Let's say this is what I have. Okay, so let's circle those corners. Okay, so let's say I go through my algorithm. I say, okay, I'm starting here. Okay, also let's put my nodes. So there's one node here, one node here, one node here, here. And I want to reach this right there. I want to go here. So I start here. This is A. And I want to go to B. So I start to go and I'm in this node. And I say, okay, I'm in this node. Perfect. This node gets linked to the start location. Perfect. Then I go, okay, next. Boop. This guy here gets linked to this start location. It's fine. So in other words, I'm able to go from here directly to here. Perfect. Now I go down. Perfect, whatever. I go down. I end up, let's say, here. And then I say, am I... and then as I call this function, I'm gonna have some way to figure out the corner. I end up with this line. Poop. And then everything below, sure, whatever. Blue is not that good. Everything below here is red. Whatever, okay. So I say, is this point below or above the line? Well, for all purposes, this is below the line. In other words, if it's below the line, go through the corner. So compute the cost, and the cost is the distance between me and the first thing I can reach. So this guy's here, the distance here is maybe 10. The distance here is maybe 60, whatever. The distance here is this thing, maybe it's 40 plus whatever is left. Yeah. So the cost of going to this node from the start location is the distance from me to the corner and the corner to there. Perfect. Okay, whatever. Let's keep going. Now I reach there. I want to go there. Once again, the corner is this one, and I'm below the line, so I know I'm going. I know I'm going through to there. Okay. Now I reach here. there's a new corner, and the corner, or rather the line, is drawn from me all the way to the first thing that I break. So obviously this guy breaks this corner. I should have used layers, whatever. So once again, I'm below the line. And then there's the above the line. So does that one need to use this guy? Maybe not. Oh, mistake. The red part is actually above in this case. And then if I'm in this zone, I'm not gonna go through there. But if I'm in this zone, I am going through there. Anyway, so this is getting messy a bit because I'm drawing messy, but I think the work to be done is mostly clear. Okay. So a proxy cost right now is a point anywhere, and it has a travel cost. It also gets linked to its parent. Thanks for the follow, Tapokufte. Where are you from, by the way? So I need to change this idea of a proxy cost, add a new field. Essentially the new proxy cost thing okay, so a proxy cost is useless if, yeah, so that's why I need to know the parent. What a proxy cost is just an abstract way of saying so let's say there's no walls at all. So let's, and maybe I'm starting here. A proxy cost could be, is like a point anywhere. But the point knows where it started from. So it points back to its start. Bulgaria. Bulgaria. Living in UK. It's crazy how we get to, like, how many people are like, or rather, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to express like the distance and how I get to meet new people, or whatever. I guess I'm writing code, so I'm not able to talk anymore. Okay, so a proxy cost is just a point somewhere, and it keeps track of where it came from. So let's say there's this, and it sort of makes this sort of graph where it points back to its parent, and then it also knows about how much it traveled. So the cost of going from the start to, and by the way, the start is also a proxy cost. So maybe this is 10, and then this guy says, okay, maybe this distance is 5, but the actual cost of this guy is the addition of all the costs together. So this one here would be 10, this next one here would be 15, and if the cost here is 5 again, this guy would be 20. So essentially I know how much I traveled from each proxy cost. That's what this thing is. So it doesn't mean, like, just because I'm in practice, they end up being corners most of the time. They don't need to be corners. So here, this here would be a proxy cost, and then here would be another proxy cost, and here too, and the destination too. And the cost that your path is taking is the addition of all those proxy costs. Anyways. I'm trying to determine if my lines are getting changed. I guess not. It's crazy how this Infinite Canvas program is really fast. Okay, so now, so in other words, that's actually annoying. So do I do a political choice where I say no matter what, a proxy cost is always a corner? Because it only makes sense to draw this sort of line if it's a corner, or if there's an obstacle. Or do I make it so that a proxy cost could, or but it doesn't need to have this line? Yeah, there's no way that this is, there's no way that I drew this line while my hand was shaking. Yeah, so the program did modify the line that I drew. Yeah. So this blue area below a line is the area that if I'm in this area, it means that I have to be using the corner. While if I'm above, it means I'm not using the corner. And the way I want this thing to work is that I'm going to go from node to node. And I'm gonna be building a list of all those corners. So I'm gonna be Yeah. So let's say there's a node here, node here, node here. Perfect. And then I start here. And then it gets past a list of nothing. In other words, there are no restrictions to this path. So let's say I start here and I reach this node. There are no restrictions to this path. In other words, this node knows that it's able to reach this green thing. Let's say I reach here, yet again, there are no restrictions. So I'm able to go straight from the start to my node. Now I reach here. So those three nodes together, they make me find this corner. So now I reach here, and there is a restriction. So a restriction is a line from wherever I was at. Ah, shit. I wish I could draw straight lines in this program. And then it sort of draws this sort of area where everything above this line means I'm going through this corner. And everything below this line means I am not going through this corner. So I guess I'll just do this, and then I'll draw this corner. So use this only if you are on this side of the line. Likewise, when I reach here, now this line is like that. So this is the line. In other words, use this corner only if you are above this line. So let's say I'm starting here and I'm going there. This guy would see this corner. It would also see this corner. So it would say, am I above this line? Well, yes, I am. In other words, you are going through this corner. And then this guy says, am I above this line? Well, no. So you are not going through this corner, therefore you can go from this corner directly to me. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And then as I'm traveling from node to node, I'm finding new corners. So as soon as I reach here, now this corner there becomes something part of my list. And then it builds a line from this guy to here. And then if you are below, then you use this corner. So in other words, a dot that is here would be safe from this corner, but a dot that is here would use the corner. Okay, that's cool. And then there's the next corner, so when I reach this guy, this gets found, and then it might or might not use it. And then those corners are, I guess we can say that they are in this sort of relative node space. Someone answer the phone. So if this so from going to this guy, then there's now a node here, node here, node here.
Hello.
So obviously once I reach this node, I discovered this corner, which is from this guy, and it says up there. But this guy here doesn't get past the list of those corners. It only gets past this corner. So those corners are only spotted by this graph or by this. So this node is the parent of this corner, or rather. Yeah. So this is like a tree. It's a tree of corners or of restrictions. Okay, I'm gonna go off on another. This is really interesting. Let's think about something else. So this works with corners. The idea of a restriction, does it work also with some sort of mod? Like, you know, sometimes in pathfinding you get this sort of problem where maybe you have like this is maybe the whole map, and obviously you can go anywhere. Okay? Because there's no actual corners in this whole thing. But maybe in the center there is a river or a lake. So obviously it's just a lake. So if you want, you can go across this lake. The problem though is that going across this lake, in terms of traveling cost, it's obviously slower than going around the lake. Usually. I mean, there's also the scenario where going around the lake makes you go like super far. So maybe in this case it's obviously shorter to go through the lake. Anyways. Yeah. So can we say that the lake itself is a restriction? So a restriction that says obviously I don't need this for my game, but let's just think about this just for the sake of it. Where you say everything below those two lines is the lake. So if I end up here, let's use a yellow I guess. And my starting point was, I don't know, here. And I start to travel in that direction, reach here. And then this guy says, yes, I violate this restriction. Now maybe there's a penalty, or cost penalty for breaking this. While if I was going there, I'm obviously not breaking this. So there's no cost penalty. So maybe...
Hello.
Then there is a problem though. If this restriction here gets found. So when I'm here, I don't violate this guy. I violate this guy though. So then it thinks I'm in the lake. Okay, whatever. But I think there is something there. So one day if someone wants to extend the algorithm, they would be able to make it go around lakes if they wanted, with some sort of well thought out restriction system. So for my game, the restriction system is only about corners and lines. And then if you're on the wrong side of the line, you're obviously using the corner and not going straight, obviously.
Obéis-moi, vis pour moi des journées entières. Sapez-moi pour oublier vos journées. Venez, je vais vous apprendre à penser.
So wouldn't the lake actually be a special location point area on which you can always get the boundary? Well, the thing is that this new idea of a lake needs to work within the current system. So the current system works like this. You probably already understood this because I explained it earlier, but let's just go over it again. Like, let's say you have one big area. Horizontally, you have this. And then vertically, you have like this. So together, those sort of... Is there an error, for real? Oh, right, never mind. I do question marks just so that it does give me errors. So this area horizontally is like there. So in other words, this means I can always, while I'm inside this area, I can always go straight from one point to the next. And then let's say I cut this. This area means within this area here, I'm always able to go straight to a point. But then here there are some restrictions essentially. Where there could be a corner. Yo, Quebec? Yes, indeed. Hello, Pure Man. Pure Ma. Ça va? Bienvenue sur le stream. So yeah, let's say I wanted to make some tile be different. Yeah, okay, so exactly, that's a really good... Moi ça va bien aussi. Yeah, that's a really good way of seeing it, I think, what you're talking there. So essentially, it's not so much... Oops. It's not so much that this is a corner, but this is more of an abstract restriction. And then here, the same, it's like this restriction is coded the same way, but it means something slightly different. Like it doesn't mean this is a wall and this is an obstacle, but it might be something that you want to consider walking over. C'est le gentil gagne à la fin. Sorry. Yeah. So essentially I'm trying to determine is the lake something that my system could in theory handle in the future? Or is it like... What's the difference between green and brown, sir? Right now there's nothing, it's just the color. So these right now by convention I decided that the green was a level part. But I mean, if I wanted, I could just make this all be brown and the level would still work the same. So right now this is just like artistic. Hey, hello Alvaro. So is the idea of being able to add lake that you can still travel over, but maybe there's a cost penalty? Is that something that can work within my system? Or is my pathfinding algorithm not made to handle this case? I know like 2 months ago I didn't think this was something that could be handled. How's it going? Pretty good. I didn't work all yeah, I skipped last week because I was away, and now I'm finally back. And I managed to think a lot of what I was working on and found some really cool algorithms, or some optimization to my algorithms. How's the game coming along? Pretty good. Probably nothing different from last time you were here. I still need to optimize this so that it runs faster, but so in terms of graphics, it's kind of a downgraded system from last time. Or rather, it's the same good system, but it's not optimized to run fast. Just because right now there are some textures. Let's go see actually. Yeah, the texture system is really cool right now.
Gefühle sind manchmal schwer zu beschreiben und ich muss mir dabei auch Mühe geben, ehrlich zu bleiben. Doch in dieser Sache gibt es keinerlei Zweifel und wenn du willst, gebe ich's dir schriftlich mit einem eisernen Meißel, denn das hier ist für die Ewigkeit. Eine Überzeugung, die bestehen bleibt, weit hinaus über meine Lebenszeit, denn ich weiß, woher.
So right now the new texture is using this sort of data, transition data, which sort of like this, where it's going to find the right stuff. For each texture, it's only drawing the green part. Und 1000 kleinen Fischen gestrandet zu unseren Füßen auf lauter weißen Riffen, den sie ja nicht begriffen, als wir sagten Finger vom Mike. Auf Deutsch und los, geh sie mit beide für immer zu teilen. Ich weiß, dass dir das jeder erzählt. Der Unterschied ist Ego, Utopie und Realität. Denn wenn es ein Gefühl gibt, das ich niemals bezweifelt habe, es ist der Glaube, dass mir kein Rapper das Wasser reichen kann. Cool. I'll be right back.
Позор на веки нету, все мы на треке разные карты, игрушки, даже нет пушки, джеки, походу все вы, блядь, эти отдели цепи браслеты, но по сравнению с нами даже сравнения нету, это Малиер вопит, валит за микрофоном, представляем немецкий и русский рэп полным ходом, и вне закона это новая тема тона, даже если вы стоите на стороне Пентагона. Либо Ленин массив рэп, штат откроет двери, твари надоели, мы решаем сами все проблемы, когда за окном метели, нам не холодно, мы звери, разрываем на куски, кто против нас в этой сфере. Когда глаза закрыты, грязи и говна не вижу, слышу наверху говно плывет, а мы шагаем снизу крышу, андеграунд, не ставим андеграунд, дышим, андеграунд, пишем, любим, этим слабим, не повышим. Это только начало, нам предстоит еще много, ведь для народа все мало, но мы все сделаем строго. Кто-то верит в Бога, но туда длинная дорога, в оба мы глядим в сторону чуда, ожидая в полусрок.
Nun, alles, was uns nicht nach vorne bringt, wird weggesperrt. Darum haben wir uns von dem ganzen Rest entfernt. Hier gibt es keinen Wettkampf mehr. Gib uns ein Textblatt her, wir werden dir jetzt erklären. Uns geht es um etwas mehr, und zwar um den Beweis, für uns ist alles möglich. Und guck, hier ist kein Major nötig, wird ein seriöses Produkt. Zu viele haben sich böse verguckt. Und für die dachten, wir schaffen es nicht, ist dies der tödliche Schuss.
Was ist los? Ich bin ein Bauarbeiter wie eine Bierfahne.
Pit, eins muss ich noch loswerden. Das. Was geht ab, Rusty an den Mike Fight mit dem Pit zusammen rappen zu dem Beat Fight. Die neue Zeit ist gekommen und wir zwei sind so weit, zwei Sprachen zusammen zu verbinden, hört richtig breit. Neues Ding, weil das keiner so verdient, weil in Russland und in Deutschland nicht nur Wodka trinkt, weil das so fett klingt, scheiß ich auf Bling Bling, Respekt an Überlegen und ein Gruß nach Berlin. Ha! Es ist der Track für die Freunde im Knast, die Bullen haben auf die Russen einfach zu viel Hass, weil mir das nicht passt, hab ich ein gefälschten Pass, mach damit verrückte Sachen und das macht mir Spaß. Was geht ab, über Berlin, Albstadt, starten ein neues Projekt, aber gleich zu hart. Das ist am Start für den letzten Part, verneige mich vor meinen Freunden und nehme den Hut ab, yeah!
Okay, so yeah. So I'll think about this later. Also, eventually my system can handle unit size. So let's say I was to make a war game. The system could be adapted to handle a tank. So if there was like very small pathways and then maybe a big pathway here. And then you had a really big tank. So if this was a tank, the system would be able to know that it wouldn't be able to fit inside of those really small pathways. And the Pathfinder would be able to know that, yeah, that he's able to walk everywhere here, but not in here. And also if it would also notice that he's not able to go there with the right code. But if there was a tank in there, it would still be able to move everywhere. And then a small soldier would be able to go there and walk through there. So yeah, the system knows because everything is divided into how big of an area everything is. So I know here that something that is, like if this size here is 20, at least horizontally, I know that a unit that is size that is less than 20 fits inside of this area. Then I look also at vertically, if this is like 10, I know that something that is vertically less than 10 fits inside of this. So if it's something that is less than 20 of width and less than 10, I know it fits in this whole area. Yeah. So this is why it can handle eventually unit sizes. I'm sort of zooming in a lot right now. It's so small in comparison. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so time to code that. Hey, thanks for everyone that's stopping by the stream. Welcome. So do I keep the idea of a proxy cost or do I create a new class? Hey, relaxo, man. Two? Okay, nice. Oh, I hate when the mic crashes. I wondered if there are better drivers for this mic on Windows 10. So I have the parent, and I have my position, and now I need a line, a way to represent a line. I'm slower than the guy from Diablo. The guys from Diablo, yeah. So a line normally is something like this. Y equals ax plus b. Is that what I want to use? Or do I want to say my line is built from 2 points? Yeah, I'm always drawing. So this could be a way to define a line. Or I can say a equals x y1 b equals x2 y2, and with those 2 points I'm able to draw the line. Point 1, point 2, I'm able to draw the line. So yeah, that's cool. But it's not just a mere line, it's a line with a value of up or down. So there is a normal to this line. Yeah. There is a normal. And like based on where this thing points, it changes the definition of the line. Yeah, exactly. Usually I play with vectors. Yeah, that's true also. I might just use a vector. Yeah. Where I have my start point and then I point towards. So this would be my line. Exactly, and the vector also, yeah. And then... But how do I represent the normal on this? Is there a normal that I forgot about on vectors? Vectors, magnitude, direction. So it only has a magnitude and a direction. Wind, for example, had both a speed and a direction. Yeah, sure. So there's the tail, head, direction, magnitude. But my thing also needs a normal. 3D. Because if I look like, for example, at Blender, so I have this square, or okay, let's not use a square. Let's use icosphere, sure. So I have a bunch of faces, and then I can. Where's my normal? I forgot. Display. Has to be around here. Oh, right there. Overlays. Sharp. It's right in my face, but I can't see it. I know it's like here. Area, face. Or do I need to change this to like face? I know like there is the option. I used to know this by heart. I can't believe it. Show. I guess I need to search now. Oh, normals. Was that? I knew it. It was right there. Boom. Okay. So yeah, this thing right there. Yeah. So whatever. So this face right there has like this normal. So all those little lines that stick out, those are normals, yeah. So is there like a vector? Yeah, this thing right there. Hello, Shadowfang. Welcome. What's up? I'm okay, so this is a vector. Vector P, is that it? Let's go visit the page. What does that say? Normal vector and the linear equation of lines, sure. In class we were assigned a homework, whatever, and the solution involves constructing a normal vector the same way A and B from the equation of the line. Even to y we can assume that. Yeah, sure. Projection of the red vector along the normal vector. Fine, okay, that's not exactly what I'm doing. I mean, I could just hard code and have a variable, but if something.
I am a robot.
Thanks for the follow, Shadowfang. Yeah, sure, whatever.
I am Hey, robot.
Thanks for the follow, Ash Vier. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so actually I don't really care about this. So given a line, this is probably similar to what I want. Detecting whether a point is above or below a slope. The line equation is that and the coordinates y0 and a. Huh, cool. -1. You want that? Steady again. Down, son. I think you need to study again, which made my day. Okay, so do I want to use this syntax? No, not really. Coordinate of a point is y0 and ax. If y, so my point is y0 is bigger than a. Okay, so I replace x inside of this, perfect, plus b. Yeah, okay, so this can work, but let's just see if I have something better, maybe. Like I said, I have 2 points and 93. I'm trying to work out whether a point is below the line. Using ax plus by plus c to see if a point is on or below segment. Perfect. What am I doing wrong, Diane? Yeah, sure. For this particular example, it would seem to be easier to write. Yeah, so same answer as before. Any xy, you can test directly whether the point lies above or below the point on the line that has the same x coordinate. Huh. I have a set of points. I want to separate them into 2 distinct sets. And B and draw number. Those that are right from the side. Point Z, whether it is in the left or right set. I have a headache just reading that. Use the sign of the determinant vector is perfect. So AB, AM. Or just to make sure. Okay. Or M. So my idea is that given a point A and a point B, you have this imaginary line, and then I say either, maybe, I don't know if this is true, but true or false. Okay. In other words, is it is the point that I'm going to be looking at a +1 or a -1? Je ne vois pas bien ce que tu essaies. Ok, so, je vais expliquer ce qui se passe. En fait, c'est pas vraiment un problème. Fait que je sais déjà en fait qu'est-ce que je fais. Je connais déjà les formules. L'idée, c'est que à travers un... En fait... Ok, ouais. L'idée, c'est que je veux trouver mon chemin de A vers B. Mais je veux pas passer par-dessus un obstacle. Fait que je vais lancer le jeu. Fait que maintenant que je suis ici, puis je veux me rendre... Ok, attends, on va créer un nouveau niveau. Ok. Si je suis ici, puis je veux me rendre ici, je peux aller tout droit. Mais admettons que à place, le niveau il est comme ça. Puis je veux passer de ici, puis je vais aller là. Là, on va aller autour de l'obstacle. Puis on va passer par les coins quand il faut. Donc l'affaire c'est que on a par exemple des nodes. Ok. Fait que quand je pars d'un node, je m'en vais de node à node. Poup, 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 poup. On arrive finalement à la destination. Oups, ah shit. Ok, perfect. Anyways. En ce moment, j'ai un algorithme qui fait ça. Ça marche quand même bien. Mais je veux réécrire ça au complet. Pour qu'à la place, un coin soit une restriction. Fait qu'en d'autres mots, je sais que je passe par le coin si je me fais une ligne et que... puis là, on va dire que la normale... Ou on a une ligne imaginaire. Fait que si je pars d'un début, puis je veux aller à quelque part, je compare ça avec une ligne de ce coin-là, puis je détermine si je suis du côté de la ligne. Si je suis par-dessus ici, c'est vraiment bugué. Si je suis par... Ok. Fait que on passe par les coins quand on est dans la zone bleue en dessous d'une ligne. Oh, my tablet is like glitched right now. So annoying. There's a delay. Whatever. Fait qu'avec en visualisant les différentes lignes à partir d'un point vers un coin, on peut facilement déterminer que si je suis ici, en connaissant les coins et en vérifiant de quel bord de la ligne que je suis, on le sait si je dois utiliser le coin ici ou non. Fait que tu sais, ça serait pas logique de passer par ici, d'échanger jusqu'au coin pour finalement aller là. Tu sais, je peux juste aller direct. C'est correct. En fait, Fait que le but, c'est de créer un objet que j'ai appelé ProxyCast, qui a une position. Mais là, je vais vouloir avoir aussi une valeur vrai ou faux, basée si je dois être en haut ou en dessous de la ligne. I hate it when my devices don't work correctly. Okay, so I think I probably fixed it. Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, exactly. So je compare les like I run it through this this function. Fait que là je plug mes points de A de B, puis de A et M. This is so annoying. Or maybe it's fine. Yeah, there's a little ripple effect. Oh, I hate that. It's like, it looks wrong. Yeah.
Bienvenue.
Or is it because I'm just too zoomed in? Yeah, it has to be the reason.
Bienvenue.
Yeah, so everything is fine. Almost.
Oreille dans la Drôme. 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 Le grand festival. 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 Le grand festival.
Le sexe à plusieurs. 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 Reproduction. Le sexe à plusieurs. Reproduction. Le sexe à plusieurs. Reproduction.
Une bite bien faite. Oreille dans la Drôme. Avec un gros cerveau. 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 Avec. Bienvenue. Bonjour et bienvenue. Et.
Ils sont beaux. Ils sont beaux. Ils sont beaux. Ils sont beaux. Ils aiment.
Oreille dans la norme. Avec un nouveau cerveau. Avec un nouveau cerveau. Avec un nouveau
Okay, I'll have to look at the...
Avec un nouveau cerveau.
I'm reading this and it kind of sucks because it shows the control and I need to go and disable Microsoft Ink. Kind of don't want to do that right now, I guess.
Avec un nouveau cerveau. Avec un nouveau cerveau. Avec un nouveau cerveau. Avec un nouveau cerveau.
On n'est pas heureux tous les deux?
Non.
T'en es sûr?
Oui.
T'aimes pas notre vie?
Tu l'aimes, toi, notre vie?
Faut bien, je me suis habituée. Le permis à part, t'es plutôt bon mec. Par terre, on se dispute, mais au lit, on s'explique. Et sur l'oreiller, on se comprend. Alors,
viens, j'en ai assez. Tu sais dit, je m'asphyxie. Tu sais dit, je m'asphyxie.
à tout le monde, y a de l'air puisqu'il y a la mer. Tu respireras mieux.
Partout où on ira, ça sentira le pourri.
Allons à l'étranger, aux colonies.
Avec quoi?
L'idée,
Alors, ça sera pas tout pareil. J'ai besoin de changer l'atmosphère. Et mon atmosphère, c'est quoi?
c'est la première fois qu'on me traite d'atmosphère. Ici, l'atmosphère, c'est un drôle de bled. Oh là là, ceux types qui sont du milieu sans en être et qui connaissent à cause de ce qu'ils ont été, on devrait les vider. Atmosphère! Atmosphère! Est-ce que c'est une gueule d'atmosphère?
I'm not sure if this is what... This is really... like, restriction. Is this a restriction? Threshold? No. Maybe it is a restriction. Okay, so this is a cost restriction. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, this music is 17 minutes. Okay. So given location A, B, and then a location C. No, not that. That's it. Okay, that's cool. So
Bienvenue. 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 Bienvenue.
just like that.
Bienvenue. 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 Avec. 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 bienvenue.
Okay, whatever. Let's just change that.
Une bite bien faite, une bite bien faite, une bite bien faite.
Le sexe à plusieurs. 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 Le sexe
Avec un gros cerveau, avec un gros cerveau, avec un gros cerveau, avec un gros cerveau, avec un gros cerveau.
This song is really weird. Okay. That returns an float. Oh, sine is a function. Oh, my bad. So it's like mav.sine. Huh. Okay, good. Surprised I didn't realize that right away. Do I take a vector instead? No. This returns an int, I would assume. Int, perfect. Should I just use vectors instead? So I'm giving you a point, a second point, and then I'm giving you some value that is good. So if I want, I can have a list of cost restrictions inside of this.
Come on. Yeah. Come on.
Did I forget how to do a list? I guess I did. Huh.
Yeah.
I guess not.
Come on.
Cool.
Come on. Yeah. Come on.
So this is like so awkward actually.
Yeah.
I'd rather use bass, even though it's the same thing. No, it doesn't work. Why can't I use bass? Contain a constructor. So this works, but not bass. That's weird. I think I need to create a new function actually. Public. Add restriction. It's so nice how pretty this new implementation is gonna be in comparison to the ugly code I had before. For now, there's always going to be only one restriction, but in the future, I think having more than one might be good. Now I need to think about the logic, because there's this function where it's validate, and right now it returns true when I can ignore it. Is that a good idea? No, it should be false when I can ignore it. So in other words, when I can't ignore it, it should be true. So if the position does not equal that, these two sentences are like the same, but maybe eventually this is gonna be useful. I don't know. Okay, so now I can add a restriction. Essentially use this line and then this point, and together you create a restriction. Perfect. So A, B, C. Perfect. Put that. Get position. Okay, all good. Now, this whole function needs to get deleted. So this also returns a proxy cost. this is a list of proxy costs. No, it's not. It's just a simple proxy cost. First, so as I'm traveling through this sort of graph, each sort of node, they get assigned with like they get linked with like with a list. So like those things, they get linked together. So like this one gets linked to this, while this one gets linked to this. And when there's a new one, it gets linked to this one, this one, this one. So it doesn't mean that this is going to use this, but it could. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool and all. Okay. So now, in other words, this thing assumes that I've already run the code to find the corner. This part doesn't need to get rewritten. This part is perfectly fine. The only thing that needs to change is this and maybe something before. Okay, so this idea of is violating is really good. If this part is true, then we've found a new corner. Get corner location, perfect. It returns the corner and the location. Perfect, corner X, Y, orientation. Okay, so this thing might need to get changed. Corner orientation. Corner orientation then gets passed down into this new proxy cos. I don't care about the corner orientation anymore. So the corner orientation, this thing, Okay, I'm gonna go eat something and I'll be right back.
Malatif est trop bien démodé, aussi mal coiffé que rasé, j'entretiens ma gueule négligée. J'esquive conseils et préjugés, défilés, dégueules les télés, de fashion victimes décalquées. Délirante planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller, je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée, je veux retrouver tous les miens. Vernissage et cocktail toute la nuit, la mode et le design en folie, je suis comme un ovni dans Paris. Le ringard bouseux que je suis perd son temps pour des conneries, L'urbanité, quelle maladie. Délirante planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller. Je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée. Je veux retrouver tous les miens. Pas de religion, pas d'addiction, pas droguer de la course au pognon, pas perdre mon temps pour des ronds. Encerclé de vicieux boutons, ligoté dans la fosse au lion, j'ai peur de devenir aussi con. Délirante planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller. Je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée. Je veux retrouver tous les miens. Délirante planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller. Je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée. Je veux retrouver tous les miens.
Okay, I'm back. And while I was eating, I discovered the solution to this. So while I won't need this right now, I now know how this works within my system, having different land tiles, I guess. Like, so if there's a lake, the travel cost through the lake might be higher than just going around it. But maybe it won't be, so it sort of depends. But it's not going to be coded with restrictions. So a restriction is actually just an on or off. So it makes no sense to think of this as a restriction, but instead this is how it works. Yeah, which is much smarter also. So in the current system, you have a horizontal area and a vertical area. If I want to start adding different terrain types, then I need to add another level of complexity, where while this is the whole area of wall cable tiles, you can also have a smaller, or rather the same thing. Let's use red. And then this defines horizontal area of terrain types. So all those little horizontal areas are they define the actual terrain type. And so the lake here would be a different horizontal area as the rest. And then, just like before, there are you end up with nodes at the intersections of vertical and horizontal areas. Hey Ohabu. So I'm currently reworking again my pathfinding algorithm, but now this new thing is a step up from what I used to have, where this and now a node is like before the intersection. But here, this sort of big node knows about the lake. Where have I been? I was away, sort of on vacation. So for the whole last week. I've also spent a bit of time learning to draw. So while I'm not yet completely able, I'm already a bit better than I was. This isn't like that good, but already this is more cool than the other things I used to be able to draw. So now I would be able to draw more details and stuff. So yeah, anyway, so I sort of spent the week of not working. Even though I say that, but I kind of solved my pathfinding algorithm during this time. So all this ugly code that I wrote last time, get first proxy cost location, which is like, I don't know, 248. This is like 100 lines of code, and this is a recursive function. So I call myself, just look at the like function signature. So the next thing that I'm doing is going to be, so this new function, get first proxy cost, is going to be filling the same function as this, but it only takes 2 parameters. Like, how amazing is that? It's actually a location. Okay. Hey, Ohabu, what do you think about if I were to make a Discord for the stream and then people could just join and then we could talk? I wonder if that would be a good idea. Like a stream Discord where people can join and talk. And then so then it's not just me talking, but like a bunch of people maybe. And then when I find people annoying, then I just kick them out. Oh, that was scary. I don't know if that sound plays on stream, but it's so annoying. When my mic crashes and then it does noise. Okay, let's try it. Let's create a server. I need an icon. 128 by 128. Okay, this is the game's icon. Let's go. I thought about other ways that the planet could be distributed. Like, imagine if instead of being a volcano, it could be regional volcanoes that are all linked together. Did I really crop that so close from the... No, I didn't. Copy. Paste. Why did the first one end up... Oh no, it's not smaller. Whoops. No, it is smaller. Image.
Quand on sera milliardaire, on aura du bout des doigts les étoffes les plus chères autour de nos gras doigts. Levant nos mentons fiers et gueulons, nous sommes les rois.
What does that even mean? Z-list crop.
Sur nos coques en or de noix, navigants téméraires sur nos coques en or
Oh, there
de
it is.
noix.
Okay.
Oui, mais toi, tu dis que tu n'y crois pas. Et t'ajoutes que t'en as rien à foutre. Que le bonheur n'est pas dans la monnaie, mais ailleurs caché dans chaque journée.
Ta -da -ta -ta -ta. 860.
Quand on sera milliardaire, on grignotera sans les doigts, l'auriculaire en l'air, salissant des nappes en soie, traverseront les mers pour s'envelopper de gras. Et bientôt l'univers sera là que pour moi. Et bientôt l'univers sera là que pour moi. Oui, mais toi, tu dis que tu n'y crois pas, et t'ajoutes que t'en as rien à foutre. Que le bonheur n'est pas dans la monnaie, mais ailleurs caché dans chaque journée.
I'm so bad.
On dansera nu sur les toits, on habite
There you go.
la terre de Saint-Barth à Nouméa, et l'histoire à l'envers ne m'intéresse pas. Arrimons la galère et marchons
Okay.
sur les lois.
Image,
Arrimons la
scale.
galère et marchons sur
I
les
need
lois.
128.
Tu dis que tu n'y crois pas, et t'ajoutes que t'en as rien à foutre.
I don't want to scale it. Oops.
N'est pas dans la monnaie, mais ailleurs caché dans chaque journée.
Boom. Instant logo. Let's go. GIMP. What is the quickest way to learn fundamentals of a programming language? The quickest way is to understand what it is you're looking for. Okay, let's just go really fast. So usually, at least in order to be able to do anything you want, you need to be able to know how to do an if statement, else if, else. Okay, so you need to at least know what this is. Oops. Okay, so in your given language, what is the syntax for if, else if, else? So in Python, this thing would be if, elif, else. Also, it's if condition 2 dots, elif condition 2 dots, and then else thing. And then in Python, you already need, there's like this syntax. So 1, 2, 3, 4 usually, 4 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have your block of code. So you want to look at this sort of thing for each language. So if you want to learn Python,
we both know we got no place to go.
So how do you do an if statement?
Someplace tonight.
Then you want to know, how do you do a for loop? What's the syntax for a for loop? What's the syntax for a while loop? What's the syntax for a do while? Actually, do while, just forget about that. We don't ever use that anyway, or barely. For a while. Then you want to think about variables. in your language, how do you do a variable? In C# you can just do int number equal 1, and then obviously learn like the if there's a line termination. So is it the same thing? What is a string? How do you do that? So you learn the syntax for those basic little things. And if you already know programming language, it's pretty easy to just replace those in your head. Because this is like the basics of programming. So pretty much no matter the language, you have something that does an if statement, else if. I'm gonna switch to something less words. String, text. You want to think about that. Then you might want to look at yeah, anyway, so you want to look at the basic syntax. That way you can at least understand what this means, like private, this. So a function, how do you do a function? What's a function in, like in Python, you can just do def, hello, and then parameters, I think. And then you don't, in Python you don't even need to give the type. So you can say number, and then maybe like just number. Start your function, 2 dots, and then you do your 4 spaces, and then
but also soft.
Hello. Maybe you want to learn how to write to the console. Also, what's a function? What can you do with function? Can you return stuff? In Python you don't need to tell the language what you're returning. In C# I need to say whatever this does, it needs to return something of type proxy cost. Am I going too fast, or is this helpful? So maybe you want to return hello. So I'm returning a string, and I don't need to tell the language that it is a string that I'm returning. So it figures it out right away because return hello. So how do you do a function? And you don't need to return something, but if you do, this is how you do it in Python. Nice. So once you understand like those little basics, and then if you want to get a, so at least with knowing the syntax for those little things, and also maybe you want to look at how do you do. This is why it's helpful to look at, for example, the Hello World programs. Why is my music so weird? Okay. So let's say I look at Hello World Python. So you go in Google, Hello World Python, Hello World. So here, there's this thing, Hello World. And in Python, I just need to create a file, whatever, script.py. So in Python, py is the extension. And just this, a single line, this will be printed. Is there really a Python shell? Whoa, this is amazing. This website has a Python shell. This will be printed. Cool shell. Cool shell. Wow. How amazing is that? Indentation. Yeah, so whatever. This is a course for how to program in Python, I guess. So yeah, then if you decide, okay, how do you do that but in Java? And then look at that. In Java, to do the same thing, you need to do public class hello world, public static void main string args, start your block, and then to print hello, you do system.out.println hello world. So you can see, so in Java, you need to know about all of this, and then in here you can start to do your program. So now that you look at the hello world, you can remove this, keep the rest, like the basic template. Okay. So this basic template is like a basic Java template. In other words, with this, I can start to write my code. Boom. So this is how you start to write code in Java. So you have to at least know about this. While in Python, you don't need anything. You just put this and your code is right away. If you want to look at Hello World in C#, it's pretty similar to Java in a kind of sort of way. I'm guessing this would be it. So in C#, the basic template is just public class hello, and hello is just like the name they decided to type it. Start a block, public static void main, start a block, boom. Yeah, so this is the basic C# template. So at least with this template, or this little, so no matter what program you're doing, usually you're gonna at least have those lines of code. Maybe it's not true for all the language, but at least given an empty file, what do you have to write in order to start doing your code? Can I just start and do a = 1, or do I need this to start coding? And then, so yeah, this would be a little C# program. So you want to see what is the bare minimum amount of code that you need to type in order to start a program. So this you find with just writing Google C# hello world, and it gives you this basic thing. Maybe you don't know what everything means, but at least you understand that this line is the important line. And it's pretty easy to see that this is the hello world line. And then you want to start to look at your little things like, how do you do an if statement? How do you do a for loop? How do you do your conditionals, some loops? What's the syntax for the loop? What's the syntax for functions? What's the syntax to start a variable? And just with those little things, and this takes like 2 seconds to search on Google, or let's say I do that. So I want to see C# if statement, if else statement, C# reference. So I can see that if condition, else something else. If condition, block of code, else block of code. Is there no else if, and then you can do this. Oh, that's cool. These guys are lazy, but whatever. If else, where's the else? DuckDuckGo. I mean, if I can find this in DuckDuckGo, you can find this on anything else. Eventually, you'll want to look at how, for example, to use, what are the basic data types of a language. Okay, whatever. Java data types. The primitives, that's what I meant. So you can see that primitives, you have byte, short, int, long, float, double, boolean, char. In some languages there's no such thing as a boolean, but whatever. So maybe, like for me, when I code, I really like to know the specifics of a language so that I know what will break and what will not break. But for you don't really need, you just need to understand that an int, it is a whole number. A float is a decimal number. A double is also a decimal number, but with more memory to store the number. 32, 64. I would be using doubles everywhere in my game if XNA didn't like love floats.
Ce qui circule dans la tête de cet humain charitable, prêt à tout.
Anyway, so this should give you a good kickstart of what to look for in a language.
En elle rien de vraiment chouette, et pas grand chose d'admirable.
Also, there's a couple little specifics, like in Java, what constitutes a valid variable name? Invalid, cannot put underscore into decimal point. So what are you allowed to use to name? Can I say a variable var hello? Is that a variable name for idiot? Var, or can I do var 123? Is that valid? No. Can I do in some languages this is fine, in some others not, so maybe look at that. Or this I believe should work in every language. Yeah, can I put on at the end of a number? Okay.
A-t-il proposé sa veste à celle qui n'était pas spéciale?
This is so weird.
Aveugle à toutes les étiquettes.
Decimal literal.
Serait-il trop
So this means 5.2?
Quant au genre humain, il prête un amour
whatever.
sans égard.
Good song. Cheetos go away.
Tout cela ne fera pas une histoire légendaire.
But like for the most part, you just need to have, like, don't worry about underscores and stuff. Just if you limit yourself to letters, capital letters or under. Uppercase. Or tiny. Lowercase. Uppercase, lower. Yeah, so limit yourself to uppercase, and lowercase. And then you can delay having to learn how exactly you can write valid numbers until later. I love var. Yeah. Personally, I like, for example, naming variables with camel case, I believe that was the name. Against Pascal. Camel case. Yeah. Having like a lower, oops, did I just zoom in that much? What I do is like lowercase starting letter and then the next word uppercase. Some people like to have like variables with hello world, all lowercase with dash. Kind of don't like that. Actually, I wonder if I like this better now that I look at this. This almost looks better. I wonder why I never decided to consider. Why is it so hard to find Pascal case?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, misère? Qui a décollé sévère? Quel est l'enfant d'enculé qui a gagué l'humanité? Faut dire qu'il s'est fait plaisir, s'est appliqué pour farcir dans nos corps les malheureux, tous ces petits penchants vicieux. Franchement, c'était pas la peine.
Oh, never mind. Pascal case.
Encore moins de m'envoyer au beau milieu de la mêlée. Fallait pas me donner le même sang que cette courte de gland.
Never mind. Yeah, Pascal's case is the same as camel, but instead it's uppercase first letter. That's the only. No other character used to separate the words. What's the style then with the? Underscore. What's the underscore? It's just underscore.
D'égoïste, pourriture esclavagiste. Et pourtant c'est pas facile de ne pas rentrer dans la file. J'ai souvent la tentation de lentement virer vieux con. Quelle idée de nous bourrer
PHP, yeah.
de préjugés. Je sais d'où vient cette odeur de la pourriture.
Quality troll or quality troll, you be the judge.
La plus immonde, celle qui bousille à peu près tout ce qui lui est étranger.
What is this? Be consistent above all. Yeah, obviously, but quality troll is no less readable. First class on. First class on.
Les femmes et les innocents, victimes des mâles imbéciles et de leurs idées débiles, qui ont fait de ma patrie une véritable porcherie. Mais le pire c'est que bien trop souvent, j'observe de vilains penchants dans ma propre carapace, quelques idées dégueulasses, vicieuses ou criminelles, toutes mes pulsions ne sont pas belles.
Okay, I should stop thinking about this because I'm starting to get converted to like underscore. I don't know. I always was against that, but for some reason it looks better than that. Isn't that like sort of nice? Most left point? Whatever that means. This almost looks nice. It's kind of a pain to write though. Maybe that's why I never liked it. Having to write underscores everywhere. Huh. Get first. I think I might actually like this version better.
Oh, I want freedom beneath the lines.
Oops.
Give me something I can change and make right. What's right is freedom in our lives. Knit us something that is real, something we can feel.
I mean, this takes more space,
I don't really wanna fight.
but it's so easy to read. I guess this isn't really hard to read either. I mean, I've been working with this for years. Whatever.
Oh, I want freedom and clear blue skies. Walk with me in the sun by my side. Oh, I want freedom, the mother cries. I need something good to eat. No more selfishness and greed and lies. I don't really wanna fight. I just want.
Or I guess this looks smarter. Like if you start doing this, it's like you're trying to code for little kids maybe. Yeah.
Who do you think you are? Telling us what to do in our lives.
So what do you guys think if I were to make a Discord and allow people to join the Discord during the stream and then we could talk? Is that a good idea, or would that distract from...
Still telling us what to
Yeah, like everyone does it like that.
that's not your right.
Like I've done this for like... It's been more than 7 years and I always use this.
I don't really wanna fight. I just want what's right. We all know what's right. We all know what's right.
I wonder if I should just give the link publicly or just allow or let people join if they ask for it. Alright, no problem, Oahu. I sort of got off onto a... started talking about random stuff, but yeah, the overall programming always comes down to your stuff like if statement, for loop. It always comes down to how do you do this in a given language. And then later you can start to learn about specific stuff, like stuff that a certain language makes easier. But like just with that you can do so many different, you can do almost everything you want. Just with those simple if for function variable. And then you can start to look. Yeah, getting a book is good too. But let's say you already know how to program. And then you say, everyone's talking about Python. Let's just learn Python right now. And then you say, I have like, I don't know, 20 minutes. Can I learn Python in 20 minutes? Well, if you already have a solid programming base, you probably don't want to read a book. Maybe you want to read a book, but only next week. But let's say you want to say, like, I have 20 minutes right now. Let's just learn those little things in Python. Install like the SDK, and then just go. And then pick up the book afterwards. A bit like if you're a musician, then you say, okay, I want to start learning the recorder. So you get your little recorder, and then you say, I want to start learning this. Well, maybe before you pick up your recorder book, just take the actual recorder and start blowing on it and listening to the sounds you make. And then maybe start putting your fingers on the holes, and then you listen to the sound. So maybe you don't know exactly, but at least it's kind of easy if you pick up a recorder to see where at least the holes are, where you could put your fingers on this. And even though you don't 100% know what you're doing, at least you can understand the basic concepts, and then later pick up an actual fingering book where you can see exactly where you're pressing and everything. How to do notes, and then later you can start to learn how to read music and stuff. What was the question actually? What is the quickest way to learn fundamentals of a programming language? I guess that's the reason I explained it like that. So the question was, yeah, exactly. Why is this not in WordWrap? What is the quickest way? So yeah, the quickest way is just like jumping into it. Yeah, everyone learns. I think recorders. Yeah, everyone learns this in school. The history, surviving instruments. Where's the... Wasn't it like 1930s or something? Yeah, exactly. In the 19th. Modern developments. No. Yeah, Carl, the son of, became one of the first virtual recorder players. Whatever, I can find it, but like the instrument became popular when they started teaching that in school as the main instrument. Well, you think book is too advanced, but usually books are geared towards beginners, so they shouldn't be too advanced. But yeah, the basic things you want to do if you learn a language is like how to do the guess the number game. It's like a good thing where there's two versions. Version 1 is where the human tries to find number, and then the computer says too high, too low. And then version 2 is where human thinks of a number, computer tries to find it. So this is like the 2. And then it's the human says too high or too low. So like this is the first program you probably should try to write. It also has the side effects of teaching you how to import a random library. If library, is that how you write it? Library. No, it's probably. So how do you get to access something that allows you to generate a random number? So this one has a random number, this one doesn't. Yeah, that's the basic program I would Okay. Okay. So, before I got distracted by all that, let's go. Okay, so now I have a new concept of restrictions, which restrictions are actually going to be renamed. Instead of being cost restrictions, it's gonna be rename restriction. It's just a restriction. Where is it? Restriction, there you go. Okay. Goal. Used to determine if a proxy cost can be ignored or not. Proxy cost. Hey, no problem. Okay. Oh, by the way, hello, Ketos. So Boolean validate position doesn't get equal position. Perfect. Okay, so the new idea is that I'm building a list of restrictions. Yeah. Yeah. I sort of did that on purpose. Just because there's the option. Oh, by the way, I made a Reddit for this game. There's really nothing there, but maybe one day it's gonna be interesting, especially when the game is out. Did I not just link the Reddit? Could have sworn I put it in chat. Oh, I put the Discord in chat. Oops. It's so weird, I'm like blanking out. Okay, I guess I'll play with my pathfinding one more time before I delete everything. Huh. Hey, you know what would be cool? Oh, what? That doesn't compile. Oops. Why not? Never mind, I know exactly why. Forgot to build my project from this Visual Studio. Hey, if there was a way to delay sound on... like, let's say someone wanted to listen to the stream but without any music, it would be cool, like, if you could delay the Discord sound by however long it is. Huh. That's homework for whoever wants to have that. There you go. It's cool how Visual Studio Code is getting better. Like, I've only started this game like 3 months ago, and in those 3 months it's crazy how the editor has changed. Okay, so I'm playing one last time with this Pathfinder, and then it's likely that it gets deleted by the end of today. Oops. Yeah, exactly. 2 sound sources. I've actually looked into that. And yeah, it's not really easily doable right now. Oops. Yeah, some sound option integrated directly on the player would be so cool. On the site. Nice. There's only one stream that I watch that sometimes listens to heavy metal. The Ascension. Super top. No. Gambling site. Oops. Make a Bitcoin gambling site and then you get the people to send their Bitcoin to your address and then is this regulated? Oops. Is this regulated now, or because it used to be that you could make Bitcoin gambling websites without having to care about oh shit, can't do it. Having to worry about paying taxes or anything. Well, this isn't entirely right, but okay, perfect. So this is quite possibly the last time I played with this function. Let's create a new function now. There's error still? Only if you're able to make the website and make it impossible to find you. Why does it keep showing me the errors, but those are not errors? Come on. Okay, restart, whatever.
écrasé, j'entretiens ma gueule négligée. J'esquive conseils et préjugés, défilés, dégueux, les télés, de fashion victime décalquée. Délire planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller, je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée, je veux retrouver tous les miens.
Nice.
Vernissage et cocktail
Yeah.
toute la nuit, la mode et le design en folie, je suis comme un ovni dans Paris. Le ringard bouseux que je suis perd son temps pour des conneries. Urbanité, quelle maladie.
Even better, you make your Bitcoin clone with your own e-money, and then you allow people to deposit Bitcoin to you in exchange for your own coins.
Pas de religion, pas d'addiction, pas droguer de la course au pognon, pas perdre mon temps pour des ronds.
Keto's critics, yeah. The KK.
J'ai peur de devenir aussi con. J'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller.
Yeah.
Je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée. Je veux retrouver tous les miens. Délirante planète, j'attends qu'on vienne me réveiller. Je veux retourner d'où je viens. C'est bon, j'ai vu ce qu'est devenu la terre dégénérée. Je veux retrouver tous les miens.
Okay, so to do remove corner. I'm not gonna remove it just yet, but it's something that needs to be removed eventually. Find a new proxy cost, or in other words, find not a new proxy cost, sort of. Find a new corner. Really? I didn't play the first one, but I watched a playthrough and it was pretty funny. Even though I don't watch South Park. Okay, so I need to use this, the parent. Okay, good. Find a new break. Okay. This is actually harder than expected. Okay. I'm starting here. Then I say add to list if new. So I'm saying add to the add a. I found a new node. So I'm starting on a certain node. That was harsh again. The goal is to go from node to node and find Am I able to find the corner, like this corner, based on a point and my area? So, in other words, is this point inside of this area? Yes. Can this point be seen from this area? Yes. I end up here. Here. And I give you this point. I should be able to find this. Is that the right way of doing it? Yeah, this works. Yeah. Given a point and okay. Given a point, let's use white and a box. I'm saying find the first corner, the closest corner from the point. In other words, find the closest dot from the point to him. So for this one, I would circle this guy here. Yeah, that works. If the dot was here instead, then I would circle this point. Yeah. This simplifies the whole algorithm so much. Yeah. Okay, I think that works. Or rather, this works by definition. Okay, so I'm saying is this dot in my horizontal section? No. Is it in my vertical section? No. Then I have a corner. Whether or not I use the corner is a different question. But at least I can find a corner. Nice. Yeah. So if I have a ladder, so this very lovely ladder shape. Obviously, as I'm going through my nodes, so there's one node here, here, here. Okay, this works. And then I say, okay, I start here, and then I'm here. Is my dot inside of the horizontal section? Yes. So by definition, this guy can link to the start location. Okay, good. To my dot. Then I go into the next one. Is my dot in the horizontal location? Yes. Perfect. I can link to this dot. Now I go down here and I say, you know, this is my horizontal and then this is my vertical. Essentially, I have this big box. Is my dot inside of this big box? No. In other words, draw like this node has a box too. Find the closest corner to that guy, and sure enough, I end up finding this. Perfect. Now I found this, so my new closest dot is this. Yeah. Yeah. So I now have a list with this guy first and this guy second, and it's connected. Okay. So I find this. Next, I end up here. And I say, is this dot it would kind of be nice to also find this corner. I can only find this corner if I use this dot.
Petit papillon s'est accroché sur la vitre. Voyageur agrippé au micro aspérité de l'autocar. Insecte cramponné.
This almost works, but it seems that it doesn't. Or the idea of finding the corner from the corners of this, I think it's flawed by nature. I don't think it works.
Les élytres au vent, lui dehors.
Moi dedans.
Like, I just want to simplify this whole thing. And this is very simple. But is it too simple that it becomes wrong? This is my master plan. Balance $2. Pot, 1 chance, 1 in 10/30s. Easy money. The goal, okay, here's the goal. The goal is that as I'm going through my nodes, I need to find the corners. So these things together, they form this corner. These things together, they form a corner. It doesn't mean that the corner is ever going to be used. But if it so happens that I'm going here, then in that case, I am going through this corner. Yeah. The actual problem isn't here, but it's if I have this other scenario where I have long, small, long, small. Okay. And then I start to break my different nodes. Let's just make this better. Kind of made that pretty big. Okay. Perfect. And now, like, you start here, and then you go down here. You find this corner. But like, now I end up here. I don't want to find a fake corner. There's no corner there. No one's... This is kind of interesting though. Okay, so a corner is a corner by definition of the different regions. So if this is vertical, 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 vertical. What's the name of my brainstorming software? It's called Milton. Give me 1 sec. I would suggest to build it from the source instead of downloading their release, latest release. The latest release is actually in, it's more than a month old. Yeah, it's from the October 20th. So yeah, build it from the source because there's a bunch of bugs that have been fixed that are not yet in the latest release. Okay, so I know that there is a corner here because this region is shorter than the next one. Yeah. So since this one goes up, this one, you find this corner. Yeah, so that's how you find a corner. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's not like it's really used. Right now. Okay, and let's say, okay, let's use blue. Fine. I'm zoomed it so close. I'm at scale 163. Shit. Okay, right there. Yeah, this is like incredibly, amazingly small. Like so small. I'm just zooming in, zooming in, zooming in. Okay. So, I mean, I already knew this. Like, if you watched the videos from 3 months ago, I already explained that. But like, yeah, I find this corner because this one is smaller than this one, or it's lower vertically than that one. And likewise, I find that exact horizontal spot because this guy here is approaching the wall from that side. So those two together, they point towards this thing. See it's green. So yeah, those two together, they point there. Likewise, from that other side, this guy points right there, while the red one points right there. So you end up with this corner right there. Perfect. I won't do them all, but at least we can understand it. That's what a corner is. It's like me trying to get as close to the wall as possible. And this blue line is the size of this area. So this thing knows that, like, if this is 5 centimeters, whatever, then I know that here, and then obviously there's an X and Y, so maybe this here is location 20 on the X-axis. So I know that this dot here is at 20, and I know that this dot here would be at 25. So whatever is here, I know is at 25 horizontally. Okay. So I can't just say, okay, I can't just say that there's a corner like at this region. Like, this is not a corner. It's a corner of this node, but it's not actually a corner. The corner is when there is a change in vertical areas or horizontal areas. Okay. So in other words, I'm here and I say, I found this new super cool node. So I'm starting here and I say, okay, I find this really cool node. And I'm right here right now. Do I find a corner anywhere in the shift from this guy to this guy? No. Now I'm going down here. So I'm in the next node. Do I find a corner from this guy to this guy to this guy? And sure enough, I find this guy. Okay, I find this guy. Oh, it's such a big storm outside. Okay, now, okay, so I find this corner, and sure enough, that's the only corner I should be finding when I reach here. Now, what happens here? I'm here, and obviously, like, if I go back, I'm gonna find this one again, but I don't want to find this one again. I've already found it, so there's no point trying to find it a second time. I only want to find this one this time when I reach here. Not this one. I only want to find this one. Okay. In order to find this one, I need to start from this node. Okay, so at the start, I say this one is my guy. So I reach this guy, I go from this guy to this guy to this guy, and that's how I find this. And then I say, okay, next is the guy from above, right? Is it always the guy from above? Then I start from here, and I go from this guy to this guy to this guy, find the corner, poop. Increment, you end up here. I discover this new very nice node, and I say I go from this guy to this guy to this guy, find this corner. Okay, and then I find this guy, I go from this guy to this guy to this guy, discover this. Okay, so that's cool. At least for this case, it works. Whatever it is that I'm doing works. Okay. Okay, now let's do this again. I start here. Okay, let's just draw my green point. I'm starting here. This is where I'm at. And I start to explore. I'm not necessarily going anywhere, I'm just exploring. I start here and I say, is this guy there? Yes, good. End up here. Is this guy seen? Yes, perfect. End up here. Perfect. Perfect. So this means I can go straight from this to there. There. Perfect. So in other words, let's just put a little check, 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 check. Now I end up here. Can this guy easily see this point? I don't know. Maybe. But when I reach here, I need to find this corner. Yeah. And sure enough, we have horizontal section right there. Horizontal section right there. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. I wish there were more colors in this history thing. Big, horizontal, horizontal. So in order to find the corner, I need to find this vertical section right there. So this vertical section points to this corner, while this horizontal section, let's just use blue, it points down there, and then this guy right here points down there. And that's how I find this corner. But how did I determine that I needed to use this node? And what about this right there? So from here, perfect, 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 perfect. Something happens. And now in this case, I want to find this corner. And the corner is found from this horizontal section and this vertical section. And together they point towards that. In other words, I need to have a way to select a node. I guess I'm like backtracking until the first different thing. Yeah. I'm backtracking until the first. Yeah, that's how the first thing that is weird. So I'm starting here and I say, who's your daddy? Boom. Do I break anything? No. Okay, so that guy is my daddy, but whatever. And then I say, okay, you, who's your daddy? Boom. Go back. Select this guy. As this guy and this guy, do they break each other? Yes. Okay. These guy and this guy are fundamentally in different regions. Therefore, there's a corner. So it's not from the start towards the end, but from the end towards the start. That's how you find something weird. Okay. Huh, that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually really, really, really cool. And now, to make sure that I don't go too far, okay, so there has to be a limit to how far I look, because so like this guy here finds this corner, but then so I found, yeah, so this guy here found this corner. Then we say, okay, keep going. Then I end up with this node. So then this node here says, who's your daddy? Boom. This guy, anything wrong? No. And then this guy says, okay, who's your daddy? Boom. Found there. And then again, boom. And then this guy ends up finding this corner again. But this corner has already been found. It's like useless. You don't want to find that again. In other words, this guy can go only so far. It can only go up to here. I guess so. So if I find this, if I find a corner, then I cannot go further than whoever triggered that corner. So from this guy here, I go back, I find this guy, and this guy triggers this corner. In other words, this corner needs to know that the next guy, Shoop, he can only go to the guy before the corner. So this guy is no longer a candidate to be searched. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, so who's the one that knows the limit? Is it the corner? So when I discover, oops, when I go from this guy back and then I find him, find the corner, who's in charge of memorizing the limit? Is it this? Is it the node itself? Or is it the corner? And by the way, this corner here is actually a line. I wish I could do a straight line in this. Oop. So I'm using the corner if a dot is below this line. Oh. So is the exit condition of the backtracking when a dot ends up above this line? So I backtrack until I end up further than my latest line. Is that how I see this? This might actually be the right way to visualize this problem. Backtrack until whoever is below the line is no longer below the line. So this guy right here is a line from the start to this, where this is all below the line. So this guy isn't below the line. Yeah, so the line is not a good trigger to stop. So because none of the nodes are really below the line, this guy is going to backtrack all the way here, which is something I don't want. Yeah, so yeah, this idea of having the line is wrong. So this guy backtracks, finds this guy, these two together, they find this corner, and then this guy can no longer be a candidate to backtrack. So the backtracking looks like this a bit, where it's an arrow that points backwards, and then this guy is another arrow that points backwards, and then this guy yeah, this is how it looks like. Yeah. I'll be right back. Okay. To be honest, like this, like writing algorithms like this. Hey, Devar. Yeah, fine. I've actually, yeah, exactly. I know you're thinking about the same thing, but or are likely to be thinking about whatever. I'm starting to like whatever. But yeah, I'm rewriting my pathfinding algorithm yet again because the current implementation is bad, and it's provably bad because there are errors like this where for some reason this path here becomes wrong. Anyways, but now this new algorithm is provably good. I'm gonna be using a different implementation or a different algorithm. Yeah, anyways, which uses a line instead to determine if a corner is a corner. Okay. But yeah. I think my brain is stuck in a loop right now. And yeah, it's not because I don't want to fix it. If the other algorithm was good, I would fix it. But this new thing is like so much better that I don't even want to fix what I have right now. I just want to completely delete everything. Just because this thing here is not only really good, it's so good that eventually this means that I can, if I want to, have the concept of different terrain types. What is... Oh, right there, okay. So let's say that I have this area with a lake in the center. Sure, it's a lake. So if I wanted, I can cross it. But maybe it's faster to go around the lake. Maybe it's faster to go through it. Or maybe it's faster to go around it. So this new algorithm has the option to have different types of terrain with different costs. I'm not actually gonna code this concept of having the option to have different costs, different terrains that cost different things to travel, but whatever. If I wanted, it's possible. So I could have a pathfinding that figures out if it's cheaper to go through a lake or go around it. Anyway, this is not important because I'm not coding that, but like, yeah. This new algorithm treats corners as a restriction. So it doesn't know if indeed I need to go through the corner. So like, obviously, like if I'm starting at this green dot and I want to go here, I can go to this place. Rest is going great, yeah. Everything else, I mean, no, nothing is going great. Everything is fine. Or rather, my algorithms, they work. But the current way that I'm using them is not perfect. So what this means is that it's not very optimized. So like 2 weeks ago, I wrote the code for the texture. So it's able to put textures at the right place and then allows for transitions. So right here, I simplified the tile so you don't notice it, but if I want here, this could be a transition. So this works, but it's incredibly slow. So while this is 200 frames per second, it should be like 9,000 instead. Just because like the game is like too simple. There's like barely anything happening on the screen and yet it's still 200 milliseconds. But I already know how to optimize that so that it's faster by like tenfold. So the algorithm to figure out which texture goes where works, but I'm using it in the like very expensive way. Like every screen, like every cycle. So like maybe like right now there's 200 cycles per second, frame per second. I'm always having to go back and figure out which texture goes where. But really, you only need to figure it out once, and then you don't need to figure out again. So whichever texture I figure out where it goes like here, I should save whatever I find instead of having to look again and again and again. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So now a proxy cost gets changed. It has restrictions. And then I'll put a public plus node. exit. Is it an exit condition? Yeah, exactly. So like I designed the first system, and while the first system mostly worked and I could look at it and fix it, now I understand some different requirements which make this, like, really, if you're going to the corner or not, once you've found the corner, it's very easy to know, because if I draw a line from me to the corner, then I can start to gray out everything above that line, above. So like if everything here, so if the dot is over the line, then I know I'm going through this corner. If it's below the line, then I know I am not going to the corner. But just because I'm not using the corner is still there. It needs to be evaluated. So my older system, if I didn't use the corner, it literally just deleted it. But now I have a system of determining if a dot goes through a corner or not. But just because it doesn't go through it, the corner is there. Anyway, so it's on off. Yeah. And then I end up with a list of corners. So this guy here has a list. This is the last element. Next, 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 next. Yeah, exactly. Dot product or the cross product, I think. Exactly, normals. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So essentially, whichever way is the normal. Maybe this is the normal. Yeah, exactly. This is the normal. So this is my line, and the line is from this point to this point with a normal that is sticking out. So it's essentially, if I'm on this side of the line, don't use the corner. If I'm on the wrong side of the normal, use the corner. Exactly. So it's like when you see it this way, the whole pathfinding is so easy. Like it's so simple. And the way I code this is a list of restrictions. And the restriction is just a line with an evaluation of whether I'm on the right side or wrong side of the wall. So get position is just like a... This is actually a cross product, I think. X minus X, Y minus Y, Y minus Y, X minus X. So X times Y minus Y times X. Yeah. And then I have this sign. So I'm looking, is this positive or is this negative? And if it's 0, so if the result from sign is 0, meaning -1 value is less than 0, 0 value is equal to 0. So if I'm on the line or if I'm over the line, so on the right or on the left, from the point of view of A. So if I'm at A and I'm looking in the direction of B, I'm trying to say, is C on the line or is C on the right or on the left? Yeah, so I'm not doing the dot product, I'm doing the cross product. And then the new vector that I get, I look if it's positive or negative. Yeah, anyway, so it's crazy how simple this is in comparison to the other thing I had, which used to be a really complicated function. Get first proxy cost location, whatever that means. This is a recursive function, and look at that. It takes A, B, C, D, and then some child boundaries. Look at that. And then within the function, I call it sometimes, and then this here is dnode A, D, D, D. Look at that. 3 parameter and I send the same thing 3 times. How? Whatever. This is like depression. Like, yeah. And then and then here again, proxy cost, get first proxy. C, yeah. Like this is like, someone reads this function, it's like, what is going on? I put a bit like, you have a second job to fill, check if the, whatever. And there's the concept of a trusted parent, like imagine. So this mostly works, sometimes it doesn't work, and I don't want to be the guy that has to figure out what is wrong with this, cause yeah. Like no one in their right mind wants to look at this ever. Yeah, so my new thing is gonna be so much easier. Like, might as well just pick up a hammer and yeah, and break everything. The new thing is gonna be easier to work with. So I have this concept of an exit condition. Is that right? Hey, are you done with your exams or? And the exit condition. So essentially go back, but stop if you're at this exit condition. Am I saying don't consider this exit condition or do consider it? Oh, February. Oh, okay. Here in Canada, most people are doing their exam this week. But yeah, this new thing starts from a point and it starts to draw lines, and then there's a shadow area. Oh, the storm is over.
Quelques gouttelettes au réveil, 10 heures l'heure de l'apéro, l'appel du vermeil Bordeaux. Pour savourer le sommeil, une petite liqueur d'abricot, je suis le petit soleil rougeau.
Yeah, ask what do you want?
Réveillez-moi, je suis seul au monde et j'ai froid. Sortez-moi de là, secouez-moi. Quelques boulettes au réveil, 11 heures l'heure du petit vélo, l'appel de mon Marocco. Pour retrouver le sommeil, de feuilles qui me font planer au pays des merveilles, chaos. Réveillez-moi, je suis seul au monde et j'ai froid. Sortez-moi de là, secouez-moi. Quelques gaufrettes au réveil, midi l'heure des petits gâteaux, l'appel pâtissier rouleau. Pour digérer le sommeil, léger millefeuille au sirop, profiteront le miel tout chaud.
That technique from your drawing, does it like connect the position of the unit to all corners? Example, create lines? Exactly. I'm gonna assume that you understand nothing and I'm gonna explain it. The idea is that from a start location, Okay, let's say the idea is this. Start at this green dot, and then this dot is inside of this node. This node, by the way, represents the whole area right here. This node here represents the whole area right here. So I'm starting here and I say, which node is the next one? I discover this node and I do this. Now I say, from this node, go backwards and try to find, is there a corner maybe? And by the way, the definition of a corner is this. You have an horizontal section, and then here is another horizontal section. So the goal is to have horizontal section that completely fills the horizontal space. Likewise, you have the same concept but with vertical, where the vertical thing right here tries to go and reach, it tries to approach the wall as close as it can. And likewise, it tries to go on both sides, it tries to reach the wall as close as it can. So you know there's a corner here because this vertical area is smaller, or like the starting location, okay, this sort of X is at a different location as this guy's, rather this is a Y. So obviously, so you know that there's something here because you're approaching this corner from that side, and here you're approaching this corner from that side. So this is how you find a corner. It's when there are differences between two or horizontal or vertical location. And likewise here, this is horizontal, and so you're approaching this wall that way, while this one here is approaching this one. So as soon as there's a difference between horizontal location, you know that something is going on somewhere here. So from this horizontal, so you're able to find the X location from your horizontal location. So you're approaching this sort of X location, while this horizontal thing is approaching this Y location. And those two together, they form a point or a corner. Okay, so this is how you find a corner. So essentially here, what I'm doing is I'm going from node to node, just like regular A star. So I'm going from this node to this node, and now I'm backtracking. Is there a difference in my horizontal or vertical location? Okay. So with this guy, no difference. Now I end up here, and I'm backtracking. So from me to you, is there a difference? No. From me to him, or rather, instead of saying difference, is this node inside the same horizontal or vertical location as this guy? This here has this horizontal, while this guy here has this horizontal. Obviously they are different, but you can still see each other because they are on the same horizontal area. Now when I go from here to this guy here has this horizontal location and this vertical. You can think of this like as bones almost. And this one here has this horizontal and this vertical. So fundamentally, this guy and this guy, they are different, and that's when you start to see, okay, they are different. So something somewhere is happening, and sure enough, you approach and then you find this corner. Anyway, so now I'm going from node to node, and always backtracking until I find corners. When I find a corner, I say, okay, well, maybe I'm using it, maybe I'm not using it, but the fact is there's a corner if I go into this path. So maybe I'm going here. If I'm going here, then this corner is relevant. If I'm going here, then actually this corner is there, but it's not used. I can go from this guy to this guy straight. And I know that because I'm actually above the line. And I knew there was a corner here because from this part here, I'm actually below the line. So it's easy to see that this corner is used in this case, but not used in this case. But in both cases, the corner is there. So this pretty much is the fundamental difference with my old system. With my old system, I completely forgot about the corner if it wasn't used. So this corner, from this guy's point of view, since I'm able to go all the way there, this corner was non-existent. But then when I started to go there, and then like his parent right here, this guy doesn't know about this corner. And then this guy here, he's like, oh, but dad, I should see this corner, like, cause now to go to me, this corner is important. Maybe it wasn't for you, but for me it is. So this is why, even though I'm not using a corner, the corner still needs to be there, because the child, even though the parent might not use it, the child might. Anyway, so I end up with a list of corners. So this is not a corner, but it's still fundamentally the same object as this sort of point. So I'm going from point to point to point to point. So like this sort of does this sort of line, but this point here doesn't actually go through this guy, because this guy here is over the line. So this sort of line that gets drawn to get this corner, I'm actually on the wrong side. So while those corners are connected, the actual traveling cost is from this guy to this guy. This guy can go straight to him, but this guy is still going through this corner. And by the way, this is path dependent. What that means is that those corners are only important based on the nodes that I'm going through. So by going through this, then yes, those corners are real. But if I'm in this guy, and I'm going from this guy to this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, I'm going from node to node, then this corner here is never spotted. The only way this corner gets spotted is if I go down here. So now this corner is important, while if I go here, now it's this corner that gets spotted. And this one is never ever part of my system. So this is why it's kind of really cool. I only use the corners that are relevant to the current path. And everything else on the map is completely never seen or never considered at all. So yeah. So yeah, this new system is like so much easier to explain than the other thing. The other thing was like sometimes there's a corner, sometimes there's none. But yeah, I'm actually gonna be writing an actual paper. Right now this is more like troll. Apostolic pathfinding for the game Rashtal, and then I have a example of a regular grid-based map. Example of the same grid-based map but divided into horizontal regions. So this thing here is divided horizontally. This thing here is divided vertically. Example of the same grid-based map but divided into vertical regions. And then notice how vertically similar are merged together. So this thing here is one big horizontal region. This thing here is one horizontal anyway, so you can see how this whole map is divided horizontally. And then it can also be divided the same way, but vertically. Anyways, so yeah, so I'm currently writing exactly how. And then there's a couple of properties. By limiting your search to the inside of the areas, it becomes impossible to go over any obstacles or non-walkable terrain elements. This is easy to prove as areas never overlap obstacles. Anything within an area must therefore be walkable. This isn't really new. There's something called nav mesh, which has this exact same property. But anyway, So this system is in nature similar to NavMesh, but by being consistent in the way that the regions are divided, it makes it really easy. Yeah, I'm not done. Conclusion goes here. Step 2. I'm actually writing step 2 right now. And I guess I had a property 3 in my mind when I wrote that, but whatever. Or maybe not. Horizontal areas are aware of their own horizontal size. This means that the width of an area is always known. When it is time to find a path, filters can be applied to restrict a big object from navigating in a tight space if needed, which is pretty much the concept of a tank. Let's say I have this map, and then the tank is here. Since we always know about how large horizontal areas are and vertical areas, it's easy to see that the tank cannot fit into this horizontal area right there. So when it's time to do some pathfinding, I can filter out areas where my object cannot fit in. So it's kind of really cool. Also here right there, it's kind of easy to see by doing some overlapping. So like, let's say I have this vertically and then this vertically, and then you do some simple math and you find the region where this, and then it's easy to see that the tank cannot horizontally move through this because the overlapping of those two regions is too small for the tank to navigate through it. So this is really cool because you can, usually it's kind of hard to do pathfinding when you want to start to handle the size of objects. Like how to deal with different size object in a pathfinding situation, A star. I'm working on a game that uses, and then this guy links to that. Clearance-based pathfinding. Like these guys, in order to make their objects be able to go through, look at that, how complicated this is. They have to like find their walls and then start to put some values. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. So something of size 3 would not be able to move through places of size 2. But if it's okay, so this is not an actual wall. Yeah, anyway, so you can see how this technique works. It's very awkward. Any other pictures there? Anyway, like their thing probably works, but I think what I have works better. Just because I don't need to start to look at all the tiles. Yeah, exactly. They are pre-computed. Yeah. And like for every object size, you need to recompute the whole map for everyone. Okay, maybe not. So they need to, you know. But imagine a big map. Yeah, it's a really cool research field. But possibly once I'm done writing this thing, I can almost say that pathfinding with HAL, at least for non-moving terrain, is solved. I don't know, maybe I'm like dreaming in color, that's possible too, but I think that this algorithm is like that good. So at least for non-moving pathfinding, where you don't exactly care about unit collision, then my algorithm is always gonna be probably the best. I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. If I ever get to finish writing this and then publish that, then people can start to analyze it and say, oh, your thing sucks, or hey, your thing actually works. Yeah. Okay, so my thing does require some pre-processing, but it's, yeah, overall I think it's simple enough. And later, when this gets more advanced, I think I can change the algorithm to work on, like, the current version requires you to see the whole map, but I think I can make a different version that doesn't require you to know the whole map ahead of time, and you could only it could be possible to only scan around with the concept of a infinite border or non-ended border, where oh, whoops, I guess I just lost my yellow. There you go. It sucks, this yellow kind of looks better, I think. Or not. Okay. Yeah, so let's say you have an area. I could say, instead of specifically saying that this corner here is 0, so this could be 0, 0. Instead, I could say, if I don't actually know where the region starts, I could say it's In other words, it's infinitely going that way, or infinitely going that way until proven otherwise. And then you could have the concept of a node that doesn't actually know its starting and ending locations. So you could say this node stretches infinitely, while this node also, like, yeah, it stretches. And then you can have the concept of borders that go that way. I don't know where they end. They end somewhere. Or maybe they don't, I don't know. And then maybe from
to those sad eyes and I knew.
And then maybe this here, where it's X, Y. Maybe you don't know where it ends, but maybe you know that this here is 10, 10. And maybe you know that this here is 15, 5. So you don't know where this is. So you don't know where the X and Y of this region starts, but you do know that it passes. So while you don't know this edge, maybe you know this edge though, and you know it's 10, or rather 10. And then this guy here knows that it's 10. But it doesn't need to know where it ends. So this is kind of cool for pathfinding. So maybe later I'm gonna start to look and think about that. And then you can start to implement like fog of war. So in games where there's fog of war, and you don't want you or the player clicking outside into the dark area if he doesn't know what is there, then the unit can start to explore in this not known area. And then as you start to see the objects, then the area gets updated.
past lives she was free.
Yeah, anyway.
In those past lives you were free.
This starts to be a bit complicated, but I think it's doable. Anyway, sorry for taking so much of your time.
When she was old, she fell down many times. And now this life is all you see. And questioning what she could be has become confusing, we are told. At 29 to feel so old, she fell down many times. Atlantis, Atlantis, Atlantis.
Hey, welcome back. Tuck tuck. Oh, by the way, I now have a Discord.
Hello.
Hey. Oh shit. Tuck tuck.
Yeah. So you will hear my very good accent.
Yes. Pretty neato making use of vectors. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the other one did use vectors. Yeah, it did. But now it's so much smarter. Hey, are you in exams?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, haha. Okay, so restrictions. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. This image is not loading for me. Okay, so let's go. I should be able to code this whole thing in like less than an hour probably. Okay, so I have this exit condition. And it can be null. Let's just say that it can be null.
Oh, I've got buffering.
Vulkan. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So let's use this. So find a new proxy cost location. In other words, go back until there is a corner. Whether the corner is used or not is irrelevant. I want to find it if there is one. In other words, node bundle parent node. By the way, who's in charge of creating those node bundles? Open list, that's a list of node, first node, start, first proxy, destination, first proxy cost is a length of that, corner none. Zero null. Internet connection blacked out. Wow, it's so dark so fast. Yeah, it was, indeed.
Yes, it was me. You hear my voice?
Bienvenue sur le stream.
Et Pharao, tu veux pas aller sur le Discord aussi? Je sais pas s'il est anglais.
Oh, il est German, allemand.
Would you like to come on the vocal?
C'est pas encore confirmé, mais d'ici 1 an ou 2, il y a la possibilité que je vienne habiter en Belgique.
En Belgique? C'est cool ça. Tu vas manger des frites. Ce serait pourquoi?
Pour le fun.
Pour le fun. Allez, on change de pays comme ça pour le fun.
Ouais. Okay, I'm actually not even sure what I'm looking at. I sort of don't want to break my old stuff, so sure, let's just create a new file. This is temporary, but proxy cost 2. Let's go. Boom. Build start. I'm not French. Hey, I am. Well, I guess I am not, but
You're not.
I mean, close enough.
I am the only French here.
Well, as a native language, then yes. But as the country, then no. Proxy cost. There you are. Okay, copy all of that. This one doesn't have any idea about the corner. Actually, it doesn't care about that at all. Perfect. Corner. Perfect. Delete. No more corner. We don't care about that. Okay, so after this, now I can get rid of this corner. Good. From the 2, let's close this one. Position, travel cost, perfect. Then I can add a restriction after having built this thing.
Rachtal, c'est le nom du jeu, c'est ça?
Ouais, éventuellement.
Ça veut dire quoi?
C'est le nom de la planète.
D'accord.
Fait qu'il y a une grosse planète avec un gros volcan. Puis le nom du volcan c'est Rachtal.
Rachtal.
Puis vu que c'est tellement important, la planète s'appelle Rachtal aussi.
D'accord. Stylé.
Okay, so restrictions. I'm sorry to think that it makes no sense to have this as a list. Except for never crashing even if the list is empty. Yeah, never mind, this is just a hack. Let's remove a list. Restriction. There's only ever going to be one restriction per restriction. This is null, there's nothing. And then now this is no longer. Okay, restriction. Perfect. Or rather, set a restriction. And so the idea of set a restriction no longer requires A or B as a parameter. Nice. This is parent cost.location position C. Very good. Yeah. Probably a good decision. Let's check. Okay. I need to be careful about modifying past states. Yeah, so this is fine. Perfect. So this exit condition is fine. Set restriction C, and then okay. Now let's go ahead and okay. It's gonna be closed. That works. Good night, Devar. Why are there no other errors? That's weird. They should create a lot of errors.
für alle Menschen, die in ihrem Kopf nicht mehr wissen, wo hinten und vorne ist. Zieht euch diesen Track rein und singt den Refrain mit so laut ihr könnt. Ja, ja, ja. Wir lieben, was wir tun, weil wir tun, was uns gefällt. Darum renn ich jeden Tag mit Grinsen und Fresse durch unsere Welt. Ja, ich mach mir doch nicht unnötig das Leben schwer mit dem aufwendig durchdachten, intakten Regelwerk. Nee, nee, ich lebe heute und sicher nicht irgendwann. Plan ruhig eure Zukunft durch, aber das tue ich mir nicht an. Ich genieße jeden Augenblick, Karrierepläne brauche ich nicht. Ich hab meinen Spaß auch ohne dickes Auto und großes Haus in Sicht. Wenn's klappen sollte, klappt's mir nicht. Ha, na soll's nicht sein. Ich scheiß auf Sicherheiten in meinem Weg, soll lieber holprig sein. Die Vergangenheit, sie holt mich ein, auch wenn ich's ganz nach oben schaff. Meine Roots sind und bleiben im abgefuckten Albstadt Drogenkampf. Daran kann ich nicht ändern, aber das ist gut so. Ich lebe jetzt und denk nicht viel nach, denn es macht nur mutlos. Ha, und hat sowieso keinen Sinn, denn wenn ich im Kopf nur gestern lieb, dann kann ich ja lange hoffen, dass es mir morgen besser geht. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren, deshalb lebe ich mein Leben und niemals hinaus. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren. Viel, doch genießt das Leben in vollen Zügen. Wenn ich will, schaff ich's auch ohne Geld bis auf die Malediven. Das Wort unmöglich kenn ich nicht, denn ich steh mir doch nicht selbst im Weg. Ich lass meinen Launen freien Lauf, solange die Welt sich dreht. Doch Gott sei Dank denken nicht alle Menschen wie ich. Sonst wäre für die Welt Chaos und bald das Ende in Sicht. Gott sei Dank hat die Politik noch genug Menschen im Griff, deren Lebenseinstellung auf den Gesetzen entspricht. So lässt sich alles, was nicht rechtens ist, gerade biegen. Und dank dem Stoffvollzug, das was nicht mitläuft, animieren. Ich liebe das System, denn es schärft das Augenlicht in mir. Und so sag ich wie Prinz Porno, nur den Glauben nicht verlieren. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren, deshalb lebe ich mein Leben und niemals hinaus. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren. Jeder Tag ist ein neuer Tag, so nehm ich jedes Hindernis, nur Alltag ist Alltag. Oh, macht den Tag nicht zur Finsternis. Hier wisst ihr, was es ist, bis 5 Uhr zu arbeiten. Wenn Winter ist, da freut man sich schon über eine Krankmeldung wegen dem Bänderriss. So, ich soll ja nicht meckern, sondern endlich mal konstruktiv sein. Drum sage ich, relax und seht euch öfters mal dieses Lied rein. Ich will nicht nur kritisieren, ich will nur meine Freiheit haben und die nehm ich mir. Mann, und wo ich will, da braucht mir keiner kommen. Das Leben ist ein Spiel und alle wollen gewinnen. Keiner will verlieren und wieder von vorn beginnen. Alle wollen ein Ziel, anstatt dass sie kapieren. Das Leben spielt nicht gestern oder morgen, sondern jetzt und hier. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren, deshalb lebe ich mein Leben und niemals hinaus. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren. In meinem Leben werde ich der Star. Ich mach das, was ich will, ganz egal, was morgen ist oder gestern war. Bitte, 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 bar. Heb deine Faust und sing diesen Part. Es gibt nur das Jetzt und hier, alles andere ist Illusion und nicht real. Wenn ich sage gestern, bleibt gestern und morgen bleibt morgen, hab ich schon eine ganze Menge Sorgen verloren. Wir sind zum Leben und nicht zum Plan geboren, deshalb lebe ich mein Leben und niemals die Norm.
This is gonna be fun to undo later.
I got a question.
Okay.
In what language do you think?
I don't really think in a language. I just think mostly in steps. So when I think of an algorithm, I think of like the steps that I follow. Like, for example, like if I look at my my pathfinding algorithm, I can think of like, okay, I'm going step 1, I'm gonna be in a certain node. Then step 2, I'm gonna follow that node and then find the next one and then the next one, and then maybe I want to backtrack. So whatever it is that I'm doing, it's not really a language, but it's more like steps.
Yeah, no, but do you think in your head? Do you think in French or in English? That's
Oh,
not my question.
okay. Right now I'm thinking in English.
And you can think in French also?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I think in both languages, and sometimes it's like I think in part of a sentence in one, then the rest.
Oh.
Yeah. Fine. Let's go all the way.
Je pense que je vais aller dormir, moi il commence à être tard.
Ah, bonne nuit. Merci d'être venu en passant.
Merci à toi d'avoir fait le channel et d'avoir accepté de me parler, tu vois.
Ouais. Ça rend le travail moins monotone.
Ouais, ça a l'air. Putain. Allez, à plus.
Peace. Hey. Welcome back. This is like boring stuff. It's like, just to be careful, I'm duplicating my classes, adding a 2 at the end. And then later when I prove that my new system is better, like by proving I mean like if it runs in the game, eventually I remove all, I like path solution with no 2 gets removed, and then this one gets renamed back into the no 2 version. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. I need to make sure that I don't by accident use the wrong versions too. So path solution 2. And you're returning a path solution 2. Final path solution 2. Dun, dun, dun. This guy says return path solution 2. Let's go. Okay. Proxy
Flacon,
card.
crayon, pinceau, blaireau, elle se plaise à s'engluer la peau. Bâton, coton, joli, sexy, personnalité vernie. Vanille, ricile de mascarade, elle me
Okay,
plaise
no more
sans
corner
casserole.
orientation. That's
Les filles habillées,
nice.
l'amour eyelinerisé.
Yeah. Okay. So technically there are. Yeah, what's a path bound? Nice. So a path bound completely doesn't care about anything. Nice.
Fardé, poudré pour camoufler la nature et la vérité. Masqué, gommé pour aguicher, lové, paradé, déguisé. Pupille fossile, fidèle, rimel à celle qui sera la plus belle. Barrette,
Is
paillette,
this even
sur
useful
l'épaule,
anymore?
ou gâchis de
Oh wait, it's not, because this is get first proxy location. I guess at this point I'd delete everything.
démaquillé,
Démaquillé.
démaquillisez-moi les.
Démaquillez-moi.
Démaquillé,
Démaquillé.
démaquillisez-moi
Yeah, so this whole thing, it still has 4 references to it. Okay, I think I'm at the point where I can start to find those. And I can start to build a list. In other words, proxy, the nodes now have a proxy. If there is one, only find a new one. So maybe there is one, maybe there is none, but let's look for it. Private proxy cost 2. Get rather find new proxy cost. So I give you my current Okay, I give you my current node. I give you my node bundle, backtrack until you find something useful. What does that mean? I do this step. wonder if it's true that I'm like, do I need to backtrack each one by one? Or can I just go straight to the answer? Is that something that can be done? In other words, with this proxy cost, I associate a node. So this guy checks if this node, if there's a corner between this node and this node. Yes, no. And then this corner and this node. Yes, I find that. And then this gets associated with this node right here. And then when I get to here, instead of checking this guy, then this guy, then this guy, I check this guy and this guy directly. So I start here in this node and I end up here. So I find this corner. I find this corner and I associate this corner with this node right there. And so obviously this guy doesn't violate this guy. This is fast. But like if I end up here, then this guy violate this guy, but the corner is right there. So I find the corner right there. It sort of makes sense to me. How do I find the horizontal though? Like let's say I'm going node by oops. Let's say I'm going node by node. Going there, going there, going there. I find that corner. Or if I go there, I should also find that corner. guess I go from there, there. Now I found 0 corner. But as soon as I start to go down, now I find that. In order to find this corner, I need to be aware of this guy, of this horizontal area. I'll be right back. Okay, it's all about weather. How do I find a corner? And why is this a corner that is found and not this one? It is because okay, never mind then. Okay. So as soon as a point, so my current point, so the center of a node, as soon as it is, and I start to backtrack one by one, okay, as soon as I'm no longer in horizontal here or vertical here, it means that there is a corner. So if it's not in both, not only just one, but both, horizontal and vertical.
Je n'ai pas de vue sur la mer, mais une très belle vue sur la ville. Les phares clignotent, me font du morse, je cligne des yeux pour seul riposte. Plus haut dans le ciel, les étoiles servent dans les cocktails des phrases toutes faites aux jolies femmes, robes et paillettes qui ne jurent que par les billets verts. Je suis d'une ville où la nuit règne et les rues craignent et les cœurs saignent, et la police veille sous la lumière et dans la haine. Mais j'y suis.
Okay, so I start in this guy right there. Okay, so if I start here, and then I start to go into this next node, am I violating anything? No. Here? No. Here? Yes. How do I know that? I'm here, I'm at this sort of point, I backtrack. Do I break this guy? No. Do I break this guy? In other words, am I in both? Is this point both in not the same horizontal or vertical? It is. No, it's not. Alright, because it's based on the bounding box. Okay, so is this point outside of, it's not so much about the actual area, but more about the bounding box. Yeah, so my so the path bound, so this path bound is what defines whether or not a point is outside. So is this point outside of the path? So in the path bound, let's go check. Go to definition. So x, y, and x and y. So is this node violating kind of weird to hard code that. Ah, it's already 5. Shit, I'm so slow. I guess it's fine though. Is bigger or equal to x, smaller or equal to y. Why do I need to do plus 5.5? This shouldn't be required. Dun, 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 dun. This is sort of weird, but I don't want to do plus 5. This is weird because it's dun, dun, dun. I'm guessing at some point this wasn't bigger or equal. In other words, if this point is not inside, never mind.
J'ai des frissons,
Des émotions.
de droite à gauche, du rouge au bleu. Des journaux, des télévisions. Gandhi d'Ortefeu. Misanthrope et dépressif, j'aime la terre comme
l'humanité, puisque tout est relatif. Relatif. Tadam-tam. Tadam-tam.
Égoïste tout autant qu'altruiste, je me balade dans ma société, la joie dans le cœur, le regard triste, j'avance avec ambiguïté. Misanthrope et dépressif,
J'aime la terre comme l'humanité, puisque tout est relatif. Relatif.
So as far as I can tell, this shouldn't change anything.
j'admire ou j'ignore à mon aise, différence et fraternité, la manière et la misanthrope
Et dépressif, j'aime la terre comme l'humanité, puisque tout est relatif. Relatif. Et dépressif, j'aime la terre comme l'humanité, puisque tout est relatif.
Okay, so this works. So I'm going back, and as far if I remember correctly, an Apos node has path bound. Perfect. So I'm going down. I'm going down from this node, and I'm saying, okay, I'm going to the parent, and I'm saying, is this point violating the parents? No. No. Yes. And then that's how you find the corner. Okay, I like that. And I think it works. Find new proxy cost. Okay, so if no is violating bound restrictions A. So is A violating the bound restrictions of N? If yes, return I crashed again. Is that what I want to do? Return to proxy cost? It's almost the right idea, but it's probably not. Okay, whatever. Let's fill in the blanks. I'm giving you a position. I need to find this position. So I don't care about corner orientation anymore. Okay, but I can get the location of the corner with this function. So I can give you the position, in other words, and that no... What tab? Whoa! This is glitched. No, it's not glitched. Weird. Get corner location. I give you the episode A. Okay. I don't like this name, but whatever. I don't know why the errors, they don't stick. Okay, so new proxy cost. Show me. Doesn't even show me what I'm supposed to give you. Travel cost. I'm giving you the parent cost, okay. Cost is something. What is the travel cost? It's this. It's the cost from the furthest route node that you can find. So this thing here sees this. So it's the cost between this and this. This guy here finds this node. So this, when I reach here, I discovered this corner, and then this corner says, so my parent is this guy, but my actual cost isn't from this guy to this. I need to, so I have to find, I need to stop at the first node that blocks me. So am I here violating this guy? Yes, no. Okay, that works. Stop at the first one that you're violating. In other words, this proxy cost 2 doesn't care about the travel cost. It should figure it out on its own. Yeah. Figure it out on your own. Why do I need to tell you? You know who your parent is. Travel cost equals, okay, so proxy cost 2 I need to give you my position. Ludum there. Oh, good luck. What's the theme for this year? Ludum. $37. One room. Where does it say one room? Where do I need to look? People already submitted something? Well, people are fast. I'm not actually sure. Oh, there it is. One room. I didn't see it at the top. And it ends in 3 days. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, so the jam ends in 3 days and then judging ends in 2 weeks. Huh. one room. Did I just press a play button or what? Oh, that's 3 hours? Oh yeah, seconds, minutes, 3 hours, shit. Not 3 days. Yeah, I mean 3 days makes no sense since the whole thing is like 48 hours. Yeah, so never mind, no wonder there's so many entries. It's like the end already. I was away for the weekend, so that's why I got out of touch. Oh shit. Instead of cleaning the one room, shoot all the big flies. Wow. Hey, good luck finishing your game. Or at least doing something that can be judged, I guess. I'm so tired right now that I'm working slow. What I'm trying to do is that I want to function, not in the constructor, but like shouldn't be I position, should just be like L. Okay, so if I validate, just to make sure. Okay. So if this returns true, is this like backwards? Maybe it is backwards. So if I don't validate, I give you L again and then PC dot parent cost. Okay. If PC dot If this is null, return PC. That's your guy. Otherwise, I try to validate. Maybe that. If it doesn't equal null and does that work? I think that works. So this is a recursive function and it returns the PC as soon as it stops validating. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I can't test until I actually end up implementing that, but whatever. Right now, how do I do the cost? I have a thing called compute cost, and that thing is inside of here. What about utility? Is there a compute cost in here too? Nope. But those compute costs, shouldn't they be... They work on point location. Da-da. Travel cost. So this thing compute cost. Wasn't there an already built-in function in Monogame for that? So that I don't have to like make this function. Yeah, there's the vector to distance. this thing. Distance method. Calculate the distance between two vectors. So I give you this. What is that? What is this single thing? Oh, an out. Interesting. Float distance. I'm using that. Never mind. Never mind that. Actually, it does work. Proxy cost 2. I messed that up. So now I do this. Best cost that travel cost plus vector. Oh, I don't have it.
Du soleil tout le temps, mais pas seulement. Des millions d'étoiles en plein jour, le ciel couleur d'argent. Les gamins grillés sur le sable, leur peau sucrée pendant qu'ils buvaient des fruits inouïs, secrets du continent. Un jour il rentrera, puisque sa vie l'attend, qu'il est né dans le froid.
6 references.
Mais pourtant, jamais il n'oubliera l'homme qu'il était avant. Léger libre soldat, soulevé par le vent.
That has to be not true.
Il a pourtant tout ce qu'il lui faut, une épouse, 2 enfants. Tout est là pour survivre au mieux dans son appartement. Comment tenir en place ici, presque enterré vivant? Lorsque le sol est immobile, il ne se sent plus vivant.
That's like a lie.
Il y retournera, puisque sa vie l'attend. De l'autre côté là-bas, loin des siens, loin des gens. Mais jamais n'oubliera la cité qu'il attend.
Yeah, that's like a mistake.
Enlisé dans le froid de son pays glaçant. ton style quand les filles seront grandes. Le plus raisonnable sera de rester en attendant. C'est la 8e fois qu'il dit ça, toujours pour nouvel an. Mais cette fois-ci c'est bien la bonne, il fera plus semblant. Il ne reviendra pas puisque sa vie l'attend. Là où il ne pleut pas, là où les pères s'en vont. Et jamais n'oubliera celle qu'il laisse en partant. Ne se retournera pas pour oublier son nom.
Surprised I missed that earlier. If it does not equal null, then I can check validate. Then otherwise return to PC.
Mais ce matin vient de sonner l'heure de ses 60 ans.
Arguably, I can just remove that.
A bougé finalement. Au lieu de naviguer au large, il a reçu seulement un message de sa fille cadette qui est partie il y a 10 ans. Elle ne reviendra pas puisque sa vie l'attend. De l'autre côté là-bas, loin de ses deux parents. Mais jamais n'oubliera ce commun sentiment. Un jour elle partira soulevée par le vent.
That's not gonna work. If it does equal null, maybe that fixes bugs. Okay, I want to find a new proxy cost. I need to give you this and then the parent. it's not proxy cost that I'm gonna give you, it's the location. It's not a new proxy cost anymore. Doesn't work. Right. Okay, I need to fix another bug. Best cost. If best cost doesn't equal null, then I can do that. Else travel cost equals 0. Perfect. I think that's gonna work. Delete everything. Anyway, this is a function that gets deleted anyway. Yeah, good. Yeah, this whole thing gets deleted. So find the new proxy cost. Okay. Find a new one. So if I'm violating, then find it. Then I do new proxy cost location. Limit. So Am I violating? Yes or no? If I'm not, then I want to return. Keep A, but now m dot parent, and then limit stays the same. If returning null is fine. So if I reach my limit, stop. Otherwise, else. If check if I'm violating this current node. If yes, compute the location. Good. New proxy cost location. Else, go deeper. If I'm not violating, go deeper. I think that's gonna work. I'll be right back.
Y a du grabuge dans les ruelles, j'ose pas descendre mes poubelles. Y a des refuges comme aux Seychelles pour se détendre les orteils. Y a des cocos, des écolos, y a même des fachos dans le ghetto. Y a des salauds, y a des blaireaux, y a même des clodos dans le métro. Y aura des armes et des cancers, des censeurs et des fils de pute. Y aura des femmes tortionnaires, des rêveurs de finir la lune. Y aura des voleurs et des pleurs, y aura tout ça, y aura tout ça. Y aura même des violeurs de cœur, y aura tout ça, y aura tout ça.
Okay. Oh. If.
Comme un cri dans la nuit, comme si j'étais seul dans mon grand lit. Je m'éveille, je réalise, je respire l'odeur de la crise. Comme un cri dans la nuit. sur un trottoir inondé d'une artificielle rosée, de chaises en aluminium soutiennent de bons hommes qui d'un geste régulier mélange le sucre au café. En terrasse après-midi, deux billets pour deux demi, veste en velours pour illustrer un discours en bourgeoisie, banalité d'une vie de Parisien de fourmis, d'un être humain dans Paris. Tout seul à Paris, il a pourtant tant d'amis, des rendez-vous toutes les nuits avec d'autres anonymes qui se côtoient pour la frime. Un beau jour sans dire merci abandonnera l'ennui d'un être humain dans Paris. Tout seul à Paris, les mains arrondies, serrées autour d'une tasse à café, repense au monde et sans bruit. Il se dispute avec lui. Il craint de finir sa vie comme les autres autour de lui. Humain dans Paris.
I just realized my mic was crashed. Pretty good since I was always on the wrong timings.
Tout seul
À Paris,
sur un
trottoir inondé d'une artificielle rosée, de chaises en aluminium soutiennent de bons hommes qui d'un geste régulier mélange le sucre au café.
en terrasse après-midi,
deux billets pour deux demi, veste en velours pour illustrer un discours en bourgeoisie, banalité d'une vie de Parisiens et de fourmis,
d'un être humain dans
Paris.
tout seul
À Paris,
à Paris.
il a pourtant
avec d'autres anonymes qui se côtoient pour la frime. Un beau jour sans dire merci abandonnera l'ennui d'un être humain dans Paris. Tout seul à Paris, les mains arrondies, serrées autour d'une tasse à café. Repense au monde sans bruit. Il se dispose avec lui. Il craint de finir sa vie comme les autres autour de lui. Comme un humain dans Paris. Tout seul à Paris.
Hey, Hydralisk, welcome back. I'm just like coding. Yeah, so that's good. So if this new thing is not null, then this becomes the new proxy cost. This is now current proxy cost. So I link you back into the current system. So parent node. Oh, it's glitched again. Okay, but the simple travel cost is not from the current. I need to get the best cost. Current proxy, no, rather proxy cost to best proxy cost equals current proxy cost dot get. Never mind. current proxy cost, and I give you no, I give you the current node location, not A. No, actually it doesn't matter anymore. Nice. So this node position is now wrong. So everyone that uses it is by default wrong. In other words, this end is no longer required. Oh, actually it is. It is, but not to put me to the end. Okay, good. Current node position. That's good. This should crash. Or not. Now you can crash. Is that it? Did I finish this code already? Is this the... did I... I wonder if this code works. I don't know, it's kind of late, so only one way to find out. Path solution 2. Hard-coded that. I'll be right back. Okay. I need to get rid of this. What? Oh. Node bundle 2. And then the same proxy cost 2. This needs to be handled, but not here. This is like a hack, actually. Oh, right. Okay. So this thing where it says find a new proxy cost, and this returns a location. Get corner location, go to definition. Okay, so if horizontal equals right, top, I end up with top right. Perfect. Okay, so I want to go to the bottom left. Bottom left right here. And I want to do that right away. So this corner X. So if it's a bottom left, I do y minus 1. And I do corner y. Minus equal 1. If I'm in top left, do I do anything? Top right. So if I'm in top right, so X was Y, top right is X, X minus equal 1, corner X. I don't understand why this happens. Let's restart again. Maybe I could look on Google and figure out why, but okay, bottom right. If I'm in bottom right, corner. Okay. That works. Now this whole thing can be deleted. No more errors. And now I'm using my new system. Crash. $243. Oh, right here. Do I mean that limit is null and I can't check if it's null? Or is the end node? No, end node is never null. That's for sure. I want to see what this does. So it's null. bus note should have a print, yeah. Do I have to do this? Oh, never mind, it's not that. It's n that is. If n equals null, and the parent. At some point, there's no more parent. In other words, this is null. No? $245. Does that change anything to the output? It doesn't exist. Right, I'm not in Python. $217. Wait, never mind. Wait, never mind. Change of plan. Okay. So if there's a new, then new. Yeah, so whatever. This should work? Maybe? Okay, cool. We're getting somewhere. So this still crashes though, doesn't it? This thing here, this check crashes. Why? Is it this side or this side that is the problem? That's cool. It sort of works. Oh. A bunch of errors though. This crashes all the time. So who's crashing? 77. In other words, the location is not smaller than a. It's not bigger than a. It's not smaller than the. Is this function a good one that I can use, or is this just something that stayed from the old system that doesn't apply anymore? This get corner location thing probably doesn't work anymore. Or am I just using it wrong? Get corner location. I think I need to remove this whole code and rewrite it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end it here and then continue tomorrow. Already been almost 9 hours that I'm here. So tomorrow I need to do some rewriting the path. That's pretty good. So thanks for watching, guys, and see you tomorrow. I did pretty good progress today, even though right now this doesn't work. It's just because I'm still using some old code that I haven't rewritten, and then after that I can just go through all this code and remove like this whole function, for example, and this here can be removed too. Yeah. So yeah, good night.